welcome along. This is Virtual Farmer, and it's quite a wet, overcast day here on Pallegney. But the case contract has finished its work, so we are going to claim the stuff for that contract. Just having a look and seeing if there's any new cultivating contracts, which there aren't. So let's complete all of these. 3,600 for that one, 16,870 for the main one, and 6,556 for the final one. So that gets us out of the hole we were in. We're back up to 25,000. Now, thankfully, the tractor is still kicking around in the shop at 39,000 for that Mac 4R. Before we get into that, though, I want to see if we can do stuff with our vines with this tractor. If we can do it with the Valtra, we don't need that. If we do need something else, we can go and borrow a little bit of money and get that Mac 4. I think it's Mac 4R. Anyway, so we're going to go and grab the defoliator because our vines need defoliating. And then the rest of our money, we can probably get subsoiler and the mulcher that we need for this. So grab the defoliator over here on the front of this tractor. And this tractor is not big, but it's not small either. That might go wide enough. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. We're going to go and try it on one of the outer rows and then see if it works. It is so overcast today, though. It's not at all a nice day. I'm hoping things are going to brighten up a little bit later. You can see how much effect the lights on the tractor are having. And this is the last job we need to do before the end of the year. We should be able to probably skip forward mostly to spring. We'll make sure the animals are all sorted. So, no, that is lifted. Here we go. The day has dawned. And so I've got to get this tractor out and away. Oh, wow. No, this is... It just doesn't go far enough out. So, yeah, we are going to need that tractor. We're just not going to be in a position where we can do anything if we don't get it. So, right, down to the shop we go. And we're going to go and get that tractor. We do need a dedicated tractor for our vines on this farm. So down to the shop, and we know we're going to need 39,000 to buy that. We're also going to need a little bit more money as well. So yeah, 39,410, although I won't put the front 3 point on. So it's 41,000 we're going to need on this, because we're going to need the front 3 point to do what we're doing there. We've got 98 horsepower on this. So the other bit we need for our vines today is gonna be we're gonna need a mulcher, and there's that mulcher there for 4,500. I think that is gonna be the cheapest mulcher we have. There's the Horizon, yeah, Horizonte Mix Rev for 6,500. What's the width on that? Up to 2 meters. This is 1.4 meters. 1.6 that starts at. We also are going to need a subsoiler. We've got the Agrosem there for 7,500. Oh, the Okrama here. That is probably going to be a good choice for us for the subsoiler for the back. Yeah, we got enough horsepower to run that as well. So we're going to need about another 11,000 on top. So let's head into here. So if we need 11,000 on top of the 42,000, so we'll borrow up to 42,000. There we go. And then we need 11,000 on top, so probably another 10,000 on top of that, and we're back up to 150,000. But at least we'll be able to afford this. So 3 point on there. The other, oh, bull bar. Oh yeah, we're putting the bull bar on automatically anyway. Front weight, we're not going to go with the front weights at the moment. We don't need them. And we need a license plate. And congratulations to Jason Hodge. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And I've gone with Jason Hodge, just dropping out the A at the front. We'll go okay with that. And yeah, that fits very nicely on the front one and very nicely on the back one. So yeah, that passes really nicely. So let's buy this then, 41,410. And then we also want to grab hold of this. So we will buy this as well. And then finally, we need a subsoiler. It can go to 3, this. 7,300 to go to 3. 90 horsepower requirement, 65 on 2. I think we'll just leave it at 2 for the moment. That will do us nicely, and that leaves us with 3,399. But it does at least give us all the equipment we need to do our... to do our vines for now. We're going to put the mulcher on the back and the subsoiler on the front because we're going to want to mulch before we subsoil. I really like this tractor. This is a very nice tractor. I've used it a couple of times before. I think I had this on the Vintage Oaks, and it was a great tractor for my vines when I had it on there. Right, so let's get this back. We need to defoliate and mulch today, and then next time we can probably subsoil and start looking at getting some fertilizer onto them. Now I'm wondering if this little tractor has enough power for us to basically kill 2 birds with 1 stone by doing the mulching behind the behind our setup for the defoliator and do both at the same time. So we'll drop this off here, and we've got the mulcher on the back. This only requires 68 horsepower. I don't know how much the defoliator requires, so we'll have a look. We can hook both of these bits on here. This is why we have the front 3 points. I left it up here. So, right, we'll go and give it a go. See if we can do both these jobs at the same time. That would be very useful if we could. Yeah, the way this is set up and shaped is to be able to do it like this. I think we might have to basically drop this off and go and do the alternate rows later. But if I unfold the front and turn it on, and we switch over to the back and we turn that on to get our pruner in place. Wow. There we go. Put that in. I want to get it in as close as possible, and then drop the back, and hopefully keep this nice and easily on here. Let's have a look, see if there's Grape and olive groves not supported, but we might be able to do this. If I've got a side offset of... Oh, wow. Okay. No, it's not going to work because it's going to set it absolutely down the middle of it, and I want it to be as close as possible. I think here would be good, and I'd really like to do a side offset. But that is also... I'm not convinced that's actually mulching anything, you know. Let's check. If we have a look at this and go back to soil composition, mulched. Yeah, that's not actually mulching this. I think this needs to be subsoiled first. So we'll turn the back off. We don't need the mulcher this year, unfortunately. It's good we've got it. But yeah, we'll just go through here, and then we need to get this all subsoiled. I wonder if it will sit in the middle. It might do. Let's see. Yes, just about. that actually works. I'll take that. That works pretty well. It is pretty good. I'm not using the GPS because GPS was pulling a little bit far over. It didn't quite work right. I think if we had the dual one on here, that would be fine. But yeah, the single is not playing ball so much, going across 2 rows like that. Line up, get myself in there. Yeah, you see the front sort of, if you move too far over, gets pulled towards the vine. So it doesn't quite work as I would have hoped. So it's going to be a little bit of a longer job getting all of this done, but it is working great. And this tractor, well worth borrowing the 30,000 that we needed to actually get it and all the equipment. This should service our vines really well over time. So I'm quite happy to spend the cash. Especially if we can make enough from the wine to cover it, because if we're going to make like 40,000 from the wine this year, that would be great. I'd say wine, grape juice I use in commas in speech marks. We really need to sort of be making a decent amount of money off here. We'll see how much our grape juice eventually goes for. Have been told raisins are a better way to go, but as I said at the start of this series, we're not here to make raisins. We're here to make butter, bread, cheese, and wine. A very smooth process, this. Coming around and getting each row lined up. Making sure we're onto there without too much pulling across. And yeah, straight up it, and really easy to keep on the direction that I want. And because this adjusts so nicely, we can pull out a little bit and make sure we're in the right position. I think we could have got like a 3-meter subsoiler or something and got down here with the Valtra, but certainly the Valtra can't do this job, so that is a little bit unfortunate. On we go, little bit of a wide turn and back in and lined up. Not doing too bad. It's only 10:30 and we're about 3/4 of the way through these vines. And the next thing we need to do is just run the subsoiler down all of these rows, which will take a lot longer because we're probably going to have to go down each row twice. So yeah, that's going to be quite a bit of work. I'm hoping the subsoiler is going to get rid of these big bushes that we've still got sitting in these rows that weren't cleared off when we were when we originally placed all of our vines. They should do it. It should clear those out without too much hassle. I don't think that's going to be a massive problem. It is one of those things that I'm surprised they didn't go when we originally set the vines, but the fact that they're there is fine. They have been getting in the way. It is making it a bit hard to see in places, but all is good. The beeping is, I don't know why it's beeping so much. We've got we've got a decent amount of fuel still left in this. We do have the in-game time work hours mod on here, so this vehicle is going to go up in the hours. And the one downside to this tractor, which I didn't realize when I bought it, is it already has 40 odd hours on it. But I think the only thing I'm going to have for this series is, 100 hours is going to be still a fine machine. That much work on it is absolutely fine. But that would basically just be 4 days straight with this mod. So I must make sure I turn my equipment off, because if I don't, the hours are going to rack up on these machines really, really fast. Final row to defoliate. A little bit far out. You can tell when you're a little bit far out because the wheels on the tractor stop moving. And then trying to adjust, you can get too close very quickly. It's quite a knack getting that right. Right, lift that back up. Turn that off. Fold it in. And we're done with that. Let's go get the subsoiler, and I think we'll put some fuel in as well, because wow, this machine is actually drinking it really fast. That's run out of fuel. How did that run out of fuel that fast? That's a crazy level. Yeah, we've got no fuel in this, so I'm gonna have to try and do something about it. So we have got the Thunder Creek trailer, which is really useful trailer. So I think we might see if we can lease this. At the moment, that is, well, how much is it going to cost? So we don't need glowing markers or anything. The red will be fine. We need somebody to go on the number plate. And congratulations to Tarot Bull News. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so I'm going to put Tarot Bull on here. Thank you for your support. And then we will lease that. Yes, 1,249. And this is where having the van here, or the truck here, again comes in really useful, as we can just head down to here and hook this up and get it out to our tractor. I am amazed the tractor has done that, ran out that quickly. I can see why it was getting insistent, but that was just a little bit mad. So we'll come down the bottom here. We've got our fill point down here, rather than going and spending a load of money that we don't have to do this. I do wonder about leasing equipment like this, whether it just ends up costing us a load. Yes, we'll put, well, how much does that take, that tractor, small tractors? So this has a fuel tank of 50 liters. All right, we've got plenty in here then. 306 should do us fine. Get this out there, get it refueled. Worth having this about for instances like this, and also breakdowns in the field. Definitely worth having a trailer like this that will allow us to keep moving. Though, as I said, time is moving very quickly. Work hours, this could end up costing us a lot. Right, okay, let's turn this on. There we go. Refuel that. All right, and then turn that off and get this back to the yard, parked up and out the way. The best place to park this is going to be behind our truck in the shed here, or in this, actually there's this little alcove at the side that will fit perfectly in there, just like that. Great. And then we'll park up, and we're done with that for now, and we can get on with our tractor. There we are, starting up, fully fueled. But yeah, amazed how quickly the fuel on that dropped. We will have to keep an eye on that, because if this drinks fuel like that, I mean, it's only got a 50 litre tank, but if it's drinking fuel like that, that's not great at all. Just driving it back to the farm and switching equipment over. Look at how far that fuel has dropped. That's crazy. That's an absolutely mad level of fuel drop. I don't know. Well, we're just basically going to have to bring the fuel trailer down to the field and keep refueling the tractor. How this would do a bigger field like this, I don't know. But that is just a nuts level of fuel consumption. It really is. None of our tractors are consuming fuel at that kind of rate. This one is just going mad. Right, so that down, and away we go. Yep, down the edges here. I don't suppose we get a decent setup for this. No, that wants to put it exactly on it, which is no good to us whatsoever. We're just going to have to run it as close as we can. 71 degrees, I think, is the right angle for this. And this tractor holds its angle pretty well. We seem to be doing okay. No, we're cut in a little bit. Yeah, trying to keep this close is not going to be the easiest of things. However, it is doing the job pretty well. We are at 3/4 of a tank after after one row. That's mad. That is absolute madness. That is a single row that we've done, and it is dropped to 3/4 of a tank. Just going to the farm, loading the equipment up, and coming back out to the field, and doing one row has taken 1/4 of a tank. So to answer my earlier question, no, the subsoiler is not going to get rid of the bushes that we have in the middle of here. They are still kicking around. It is working better though than it did in FS22. Much harder in 22 to get the subsoiling done even around the bottom of the vines as well. This is doing that without any issue at all. We are getting pretty close to the vines, but the overlap is working out brilliantly for us. So very, very happy with that. It's doing a great job. It is 20 past 1 in the afternoon. Our little detour to get fuel has taken a little bit out of our day. Really oddly though, we are still seeing this massive drain in fuel. I wonder if it's a repair issue or whether this tractor is just really thirsty and its fuel tank is too small. I mean, that is a very big possibility, but to have to refuel it multiple times. What I do know is that as soon as it starts beeping at me, I'm going to have to run back to the farm, refill it, and come back out. Although actually what I might do is I might just bring that fuel trailer out here, and we can refuel this tractor as we get there, and not have to keep running back and forth to the farm and wasting fuel doing that. 70.7.8 seems to actually be about the right angle, which is good. So that is working pretty well. We've gone a whole way up the row and done it at that angle. 250.8 seems to be about the right angle coming the other way. Of course, GPS we can't get to, or we can't specify to that. Next row, that'd be hard to see that actually. We have only done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows so far, and we're under half a tank of fuel left. That is somewhat nuts. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Yeah, this is just drinking fuel, this tractor. It is a very thirsty tractor. Sadly, I don't think we're going to get the best out of these vines this year, or this year. I think it's going to be next year, because we haven't been able to mulch these. We're going to need to mulch them and everything, so it's not quite going to be the best this year. Also, this has started beeping, so I need to go and get the fuel. Yeah, this is a little bit confusing, the fuel levels on this. I'm glad we've got this trailer and can use this trailer, but I might have to buy it if this continues. Refuel this. Turn it off. 215 litres left. Just going to go and park this up here like so, and we'll turn that off. And then, yeah, if we need to refuel again, we'll be able to. And we'll then stop mucking about around here and be able to get it finished. I think we're about halfway through the field, so I think we might have to refuel once, maybe twice more, which does seem mad, but yeah, never had to refuel this much. That is just a crazy level of refueling we're having to do. Also, I am in the wrong place. We need to be as close to these vines as we can be. Otherwise, we'll get no overlap underneath them, and that will not work properly. There is something quite satisfying about getting this job right and doing these rows well. It was the same when I was doing vines in 22. Getting this done and making this work is gives me an enormous sense of achievement, and I actually really quite like working the vines. We'll see how it pans out for us in the end. A couple of people saying to me, you know, doing grape juice not a good idea, but I wanted to do it. I like it's the closest you can get to owning a vineyard in Farm Sim, and yeah, it does work well. I do enjoy it, and our own little grape juice production seems to be doing us pretty well. Hiring the harvester every year seems to be a good way to go as well. To pull ourselves out away from the vines a little bit, but we're good. Yeah, this will this should turn out all okay, and we will get a better yield next year than we had this year, and then year 3 we'll get an even better yield than that. I've done a little bit of research, and I think I know what's up with the fuel problem. The mod that I've added, which is called in-game time operating hours, that mod, it doesn't just alter the operating hours, it alters the fuel usage as well. So it speeds the fuel usage up to the same level as the time multiplier going, which is a little bit mad. You know, we're running it 10 times in this series, and it means that we're using fuel at 10 times the rate that we would be otherwise. I think that's a little bit high. What I am going to do, though, is we're going to pop into the settings here, and I'm just going to turn the fuel usage for now down to low. And we'll continue on like that. However, what I think I'm going to do more long term is probably alter the mod itself and reduce the speed with which fuel gets used at higher rates. So maybe divide it by a multiple of 5 or something. Just basically to try and slow things down a little bit and make it not quite as extreme as it is there. I want to be in this row here, I think. And then, yeah, that should get things back on track a little bit. Otherwise, we end up doing a day's work on here and refilling the tractor multiple times, which isn't right. I mean, that just is way too fast. So instead, I think if I can slow it down by maybe a factor of somewhere between 3 and 5, I think that will be more realistic. Using an entire tank worth of fuel working on a day, I don't think that is unrealistic. So yeah, if we reduce it down a bit, I think that might help us to actually be a little bit more realistic while using this mod. Because at the moment, it's just way too fast that it's getting through this fuel. Our fuel is still going down fairly quickly, even with it on the low fuel time. So yeah, I think if we could slow it down a fair amount, that would be good. I think it probably is going about 5 times as fast as it should. What I really want to do is get it set up, make the changes to the mod, and then just run it at a very fast time with a piece of kit running, and see if that kit lasts a day on that fuel tank, because an in-game day on that fuel tank. Because if I can set it to that amount, that is roughly where I want it to be. So yeah, we will give it a try and see what we can do for that. But we'll have to probably run it at full pelt as well, and probably a piece of kit like this that doesn't have a very big fuel tank is the one that I want to really check. And then we'll see where we are at that point. And I think that might work a little bit better. It's getting pretty dark now. I've got the lights all on. The rain clouds are not helping things. And as you can hear from the beep, we're running out of fuel again. We've only got 2 more passes to do though. So I think we've got enough fuel to make it to the end of the field. We'll probably have to refuel before we get back. Or before we head back, which is fine because we still got the fuel tanker down here. And yeah, I think before next time I am going to adjust the mod, maybe reduce it by a factor of 5, because 5x seems to be a nice sweet spot for running season stuff. I like to run my stuff on 5 times mostly. We do run 10 times in these series, and having fuel used twice as much would make sense if I'm running it 10 times. And then if you're running faster than that, it would make sense to go for it to go even faster. So I'm gonna have a tinker. I'm gonna see how it goes, and I'll find that sweet spot where fuel usage doesn't get ridiculous if you're running at this sort of speed. But there we go. That is our vines done for today. We have managed to get this both defoliated and subsoiled, which is fantastic. I would really have liked to have got it mulched as well, but yeah, doesn't seem possible first year. So not going to get maximum yield for our second harvest either. We can refill this, so we'll turn it off and refill it. And there we go. That is all refilled. Turn that off as well. It's nice and early here on Pallegney. We are up at the shop because we need to earn a load of money today. We are minus £5. We're not actually going into the shop. We're up here because we need to pick up some equipment from a contract. So we've got a few contracts that are available to us today. There's a couple of big ploughing contracts, but those are really inefficient. Instead, we're going to be heading back to our old favorites. We have 3 cultivating contracts that are really nice. We've got a 14,000 here with the equipment that we tend to use, so the quad track. There is one with a smaller bit here, which would cost the same. And then we got the one on 29. We're going to go do 29 first, but I'm going to borrow the items for 59. Now, with the issues that we've got with the fuel at the moment, we're probably going to have to refuel this tractor a couple of times today. So I'm going to have to come and sort that out. Let's accept that contract as well. So with any luck, it's not going to cost a fortune in fuel. And I need to do 21 first in case we need some money to refuel the tractor. 21 is actually right behind us, I think. Not too far from us. There's a shop near it. Let's have a look. Where is 21? 29. 29 is there. Okay, good. It's near the warehouse. So let's start this up. And we'll get this down there. Of course, we have to drive this. So that is going to be the thing that keeps us going today. And we need to make sure that we kind of refuel it every time we move fields. So I'm going to have to fill up my fuel tank today. I don't know how much fuel we have in our actual fuel tank, so we'll go and test that in a minute. But first, I want to get this down to 29 and get things started. We're approaching the turning for 29, and the sun has started coming up. It should just be this field here. Yeah, so cut field of sorghum by the looks of things. So let's get this unfolded like that. And oh god, we're gonna have to do this ourselves. We've got no money. So yeah, no hired workers. This is going to be a job doing us ourselves today. And that's not a bad thing. You know, we'll save some money. We'll be able to keep an eye on the fuel level as well. It's dropped slightly since just getting to this field, so it's not too bad. But yeah, we've got no money. So when you have no money, you can't use a hired worker. It's basics of farm sim, that. So I'm gonna have to do this myself. Not a bad thing. Getting to use the big kit is always really nice, and this is one of the biggest bits of kit in the game. So yeah, let's get on with this and get this job done as quickly as we can. Nearly 2 rows done, and we are 15% of the way through this contract. So let's turn around for the next one. It is nearly 9 in the morning, so this is taking a little while. Fuel situation seems to be pretty good. We've not used much fuel. I think the tank on this much larger than the tank on that little tractor that we have, and yeah, this is doing pretty well. It's going through, and we are getting through this contract swift enough, I think, to make sure all 3 of these get done today. Both our cows and our chickens seem to be fairly good as far as feed goes at the moment. The chickens are coming towards reproduction, but there's nowhere for them to reproduce at the moment. We're full capacity on the chickens. The cows, we have 2 sets of 26-month-olds. They are 70% towards reproducing, which is great. We might top up their feed today if we have a chance. This is the biggest field we're working today, and as a result, this is the one that I'm expecting to take the most time and the most fuel. We've got good, I think we maybe have used 1/6 of a tank so far, and we're 1/3 of the way through this field. We're actually about halfway across the field, so I think we're more than 1/3. I would say we're maybe 40% of the way through this field because of the extra weight that gets added to the headlands when we're doing contracts. So as a result, I think we're pretty on point. I think we're pretty okay for fuel consumption on here today. I still do want to adjust the mods fuel consumption rate. It is still really high, and as we saw with the little tractor, if we're using something with a lot smaller tank, then we have a big problem with how many times we have to refuel in a day. However, I don't think it's maybe as bad as I'm expecting. We're running on low fuel consumption at the moment because of how quickly everything drinks fuel with this mod. And let's just raise our cultivator. We've got that means that I need to adjust it so that when you're doing normal fuel consumption, not only is it at this level of fuel consumption, but I think slightly lower. I think that it just needs that little bit of adjustment further, just to make it so that it's not so harsh fuel-wise, especially when you're using the smaller tractors. I was having a look through the code for the mod, and it basically sets fuel consumption for normal to be 1.5. It sets low consumption to be 1, and it sets high consumption to be 2.5. I don't think you could ever use fuel consumption of a high fuel consumption with this mod and use anything more than 1 times. I think if you did that, you would just end up burning through fuel at a rate that is just not possible. And I kind of think that if you're running at fuels a normal fuel consumption, that should be 1. That should be standard. So I think that's the number I'm gonna look at. I think I'm going to adjust it so that normal is actually slightly less than 1, maybe a 0.8 based on what we're seeing. And then I think that I might take it down to like 0.5 for a low fuel consumption, and maybe up to 1.5 to 2 for a high fuel consumption. I mean, 1.5, as we've seen, burns through fuel very quickly. So yeah, I think 1.5 is probably the highest I want to adjust it to. As I said last time, as soon as I get a moment, I'm going to have a play around with it. I'm going to see how it does. I'm going to see how much fuel gets burnt through in a day on different size tractors. So we'll take one of these. We'll take a 200 horsepower tractor, sort of 250 horsepower tractor. We'll take about 100 horsepower tractor, and then we'll take one of the small tractors. We'll run the time at 360 for 8 hours with just their engines idling, and we'll see what the fuel consumption is on those with my new settings at the various low, medium and high, and then yeah, I think I might go with that. I think this is my final row on the main body of the field before we hit the headlands. I want to make sure that where I end up is somewhere that is easy for me to access the road. So I think down the bottom corner of the field there is where I want to start on the headlands. What have we got next? Where are our other fields? So yeah, we're heading up to 69 next. So we have to go up through the town and then across on the road. So we actually need to head towards field 99 for that. Let's up our gears and head around there. So whether we want to end out at this top corner, that will save us some time. So yeah, up here is where I'll start doing the headlands, and then we'll end up back at this corner when we want to leave. Line ourselves up, down with the cultivator, and away we go. We are 55% of the way done. It is 11:30 in the morning already, so there is still quite a bit of this field to go, and we're eating through the time. Thankfully, it's not too bad on the fuel situation, but yeah, that consumption's still way too high. You can see here what I mean when I'm talking about the headland bias. We are coming to the end of the first headland, and we are only 65% of the way through the contract, because for some reason it thinks that there's a third of this contract left on the headlands, which is a little bit mad. I mean, there really isn't that much left on here. Right, I need to back into this first bit here, line myself back up, and yeah, this is where the precision starts to need to come in a little bit. Make sure that we get into these corners as much as possible. So down and away, and yeah, we should get all the way up to here. But yeah, that is a little bit crazy that we are only 2/3 of the way through this field, but already that percentage is going up fairly fast. That jumped 2% the moment we started up on this corner. 88% done, coming down the back line of this field, and you just got this view out over the valley of the viaduct and everything, and it's so beautiful. What a wonderful part of the world this would be to actually farm and actually work. It just, yeah, I think it would be breathtaking to farm around here. And we're coming up to the end of the field. We're 95% done, which is a little bit concerning, considering how much there is left. To turn this way. Oh, yeah, 98 will be done. 99. And there we go. Contract is done. We do have the completion mod on here, so we can come right to the end before we pick up and fold, so that we at least do a half decent job around here. Now I've just got to get off the field and down this very narrow track, and we can now set this off on the next contract, doing it with a hired worker, which is great because it is 2 in the afternoon. I think we're going to go and send this to the other big contract, not the smaller one. So that's field 59, not 68, and setting that off there means that we should get both of the big contracts done today. The smaller contract I'm not so sure about. As I said, it's just coming up to 2 o'clock. And it's November, so there aren't a huge number of daylight hours left. Narrow little farm track here to get this down. I think as long as we keep in the middle, though, we should have enough space. Yeah, this map is nicely constructed so that if you are using a big bit of kit like this, you can still get round the vast majority of it. There's not really any impediment to you getting around this map. You know, it all fits. You can get it all round all the corners and everything, and it all works. So I really like that. There are maps that I've played before which are realistic and have small areas and things, and you get contract bits of kit like this, and you can't use them. You just the contract stuff just can't be got into the fields, and that always pulls me out the immersiveness of a map. Whereas this map, it works really well, no matter what you end up having to use on it. In fact, we are at the field that we want to be on, so I'm going to start it off in this corner here. We have just over half a tank of fuel. This contract should not take as long as the last one. We'll set an AI worker up, and oh, not enough money. We need to collect on our first completed contract, so we'll collect on that. Okay, and now we can set a contractor. We can set a hired worker off, getting this field done, and we can turn our attention back to our farm. Now, one thing I want to look at over the winter is this patch of land right next to Oki Express. We own this, and I think that this would be a perfect spot for a windmill. Right up here on the top of the hill and everything, it would just fit in nicely. This is the windmill I want to use. It produces flour and it produces sugar, so you can put sugar beet into here and get that. Now, yeah, we don't have enough money at the moment, but it would fit really nicely there. I mean, there are other places we've got power lines there. It would fit in that corner here as well, but we're gonna have to take trees down, I think, to do it. Other place actually it would fit is here. Except we need to be careful. We need access to both the tipping point at the front and the unloading point at the back, which is why I like here so well. That would work really, really well. We need 50,000 plus the cost of landscaping. We also need to get rid of this tree, I think, in order to make it work. So there's a few bits and pieces we need to do. We're not going to be able to do it today, because even if we get the second contract done, that's not going to be enough money. But over the winter, that is our aim. Then we can start producing some flour, and we can get a bakery, and we'll be able to then produce the bread, which really I think is the last item that we have in this series that we're targeting that we've not hit yet. So yeah, that's what we're aiming for. Do we have our first grape juice out yet? We don't. We must be fairly close to it. We got 717 liters of grape juice. So soon we'll have our first grape juice. We also have, we only have butter produced here at the moment. Yeah, we've only got the butter produced here at the moment. I don't know what we've got in our farm cheeses. Yeah, we still have plenty of milk. We have 788 liters of cheese. So we're still trying to produce some cheese here. But the aim of this series is to produce bread, butter, cheese, and some grape juice. I say in inverted commas. So we produced one of those so far. We've still got the other 3 to go. In the meantime, we're going to fill up the feed for the cows and probably put some more of the straw in. Let's just swing this around, get it out of the way of the bale spike. Yeah, need to position this so that we're able to get the bales out, but also able to mix this without too much hassle. So there should be about right. We want about 8,000 liters of the of the silage. We want 9,000 liters of the hay, and then top up the rest with the straw. So 8,000 liters, we're gonna get pretty close with 3 buckets. That will be yeah, coming up to actually coming strangely close to 8,000 liters. There we go. It'll be about 7.5 ish, I think. Oh, a little bit more than 7.5. The 7.5 will be 3 buckets. And we've got about another 150,000 on top, or 150, yeah, 1,500 on top, I think. No, anyway, we're going to be pretty close. The 3rd bucket to go in. And yeah, my maths has completely failed me at this point, so we'll see how much this is. And we'll start up the mixing. 7,929. There we go. Nearly 8,000 liters, which was my target. So, start that up. Start that mixing. Mixing time, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Which is fine. We haven't got anything else in there at the moment, so nothing else for it to mix. We need to get 2 hay bales, sorry. And load them in, and then a single straw bale should do it on top. Straw bales have a lot in there. 2,500 liters really is all I want to put in from those, but we'll see how we go. Right, and yep, I want 2 of the hay bales over there. What I'll do is we will get both of them on the spike. Otherwise, if I don't put both on the spike, we end up with a situation where I drive through the loading bay here and we lose one of the bales back into the storage, which I don't want to do. Right, those are both on there. Let's see if I drive through now, I've got no problem. And then up into here and load it in. One more trailer of this should do us fine. Is that mixing in? That must be mixing in. Yep, that's mixing in nicely. So then I want a straw bale as well. There we go. see what that looks like. At the moment, that is looking a pretty good mix. I don't know how full it is, but what I'll do is we will just top it up with any silage that we need to. If this bale doesn't go far enough, we're going to bring this in carefully and watch our mix ratios. That all went in. Wow. How full is that? I think we can top that up with a bit of silage. That will be grand, and this will give us a good idea if it's 4 or 5 buckets of silage to fill this up, because it's not going to disrupt our mix too much. Shouldn't be much to top this off, unless we picked out a small straw bale, possibly. That was not a large straw bale, but I think should be okay. Yeah, I don't quite know what happened. I must have pulled out a small straw bale. I will have to go back and have a look later, because it is a little bit strange that, again, my maths fails me. We've got a lot of silage in here. So my initial mixture was 9,000 litres of hay with 8,000-ish litres of silage. That should be 17,000 litres, and then 5,000 litres of straw. There's no way we have 5,000 litres of straw in this. I mean, that is full now. That was not a 5,000 litre straw bale. That went in way too fast. I mean, we have TMR, which is great, and that's exactly what we wanted. But yeah, I think I must have mistakenly pulled one of the small straw bales out then. But that's okay. We'll get this this feed in with our cows. They'll be happy. They'll keep producing milk and manure and slurry, and all of those will keep us going. And with them fed, what I want to do is get this dropped off. And then we will pick up a straw blower, so get this in as close to the edge as we can without scraping it up against the wall. And right back in, so it's under as much cover as possible. Then we can hook this up and go and grab ourselves a couple of straw bales into this as well. And this then will top up the straw too, so that we don't end up with the situation we had last time where we'd run out of straw and hadn't realised it. Sun is setting fast now. We need 2 straw bales. There we go. And yeah, we are running out of light. That cultivator is only a third of the way through that field, so I don't think it's going to make it far enough to get the second or the last contract done today. That's not the end of the world. That last contract's only worth 5,000-6,000. We can cancel that without too much issue. I will probably leave the other one going into the night though, because it is already 12 minutes past 5, and that will need to be finished before the end of today. Yeah, if we'd seen those cultivating contracts yesterday when we were doing all that mucking around with the vines, we could have made a killing on those today. However, that's not how it's happened, and we will make a decent amount of money off the 2 contracts and refill our money again. We'll probably have more contracts going tomorrow as well. I am happy though that we've topped things up with the cows, and that will keep them going for a while. We're also looking at probably topping things up with the chickens next time. They've got plenty of feed at the moment, but we do know they tend to go through it fairly fast. That is the first bale done. Second bale. And this will give our cows a really good coverage of straw. And hopefully mean that they do start producing a lot more manure for us. Yeah, in fact, wow, we managed to completely fill the straw. That is perfect. So we'll leave that in here, and then we can top this up over the winter. And yeah, keep them producing that manure, because that is really, really important for us. I don't know what the milk level is like. We'll have a look at that. Our dairy is not producing stuff overly quickly, so get that in there and nicely in cover now. Now that we've got the feeding wagon a little bit further over the other side, that's good. What is the milk situation like? So how much milk do we have? 5,950 liters. How much does farm cheeses hold? Yeah, not. So I think if milk prices are good, which they have just passed, although they are going up, so we may find that the milk price does better next month. But at the moment, milk is not doing brilliantly price-wise. There we go, milk. Oh, no, it does. It looks like it's going to hit a peak in January, which would be fantastic. I think it must have been on... must have had a high demand in October, because the price normally is not that good. So, yeah, milk is on the way up, so we should be able to sell our excess milk this winter for a nice little profit, and so that will be great as well. The light is fading here though at the moment, so I'm gonna go and put this tractor away and the telehandler away, but we're all done on the farm. We will leave the cultivator going on the contract, and that will complete before next time. We won't get the one on field 68 done, but I suspect we'll be having the hired workers going out and doing some more contracts next time, because they are just such a good way to bring in money. It's December. I think we're gonna end up skipping a couple of months through during this video. So first thing we're doing is we're heading up to field 41 here. We've taken a new cultivating contract with the contract that we have actually held over from the previous day. So we managed to complete the contract that we were running up on 59 last time, so that's all good. We failed to get the other contract done. I think that was 68, and we'll have a look at that in a minute. But while we've still got the quad track, and before we collect in on the mission on 59, we're just going to hold on to it for one more day. There's a single cultivating contract that was available today, and that is up here on 41. This will take no time at all to get this job done. So we're going to let this go and run. And that is, yeah, the one on 41 we have here. 59 is the one we've completed and that we've got the machinery from. And yeah, 68, this is the one that expired overnight. We didn't get to it, so we're going to collect that because there is nothing really to do with it. And then there is a ploughing contract today for 8,189. So I am going to borrow the items for that as well. And then we can jump into the tractor for this and set this going. Get a little bit more money in. We are trying to get to that all-important 50,000 to see if we can get this land done and created. Now, I think we can. I think we can go and sell some of our crops today. The oats are good. But also, if we do some wood chips as well, we should get the money we need. So this is going to where? This is going to field 56, which is up this way. So we'll head up this way. We'll get this started. And yeah, then we might have to borrow some stuff like we did last time to get the wood chips done. Now, hiring stuff to do wood chips this year, I think is a little bit of a more expensive proposition, partly because of this new mod that we've got that sets the usage hours to match the multiplier that you're running at. So it could very easily cause an issue. We'll see. But for now, this is nicely set up and going. So we'll let this get going on here. Meanwhile, I want to get the S-Series Valtra out. I think this should have enough power to run the wood chipper on it. If it does, that would be really good. Otherwise, I've got to lease something to do it. Let me just check that. So our Valtra S-Series has 280 horsepower. The wood chipper we want to lease requires 150. So yeah, we are absolutely fine. In fact, I'm pretty sure we might have run this on the John Deere 7810 last year. So yeah, this is more than enough power to be running our wood chipper. Let's bring this in here then. Come and grab that. That is going to we'll put the BKT tires on. Not going to do manual discharge, and we need someone for the number plate. And today that is going to be Old School Mike. Congratulations, you've been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above patrons and YouTube channel members. And I'm going with Old School MK on here. Basically, again, removing the vowels where we can. That, I think, works nicely. So thank you for your support. And if we have a look, yeah, there it is on the back there. And we are going to lease this. So per work day or per work hour, this is where this is going to kill us. 2,310. Oh, man. We got to chop up the tree as much as possible and then use this bit of equipment sparingly, because at £2,000 an hour with an 8-hour day, this is going to cost us an absolute fortune in leasing costs if we don't use it sparingly. Oh, man, yeah, so we're having to change our entire way of playing, simply because if I run this piece of kit all day, it's going to cost me 20,000 to have it. And at that point, I might as well have just financed the thing myself. Something I need to do on the way through is to get a refill of fuel in this tractor, because otherwise we're going to run out of fuel today. So let's stop that here, refuel the tractor. We've only got 1,086 litres of fuel left. And this is filling up fairly slowly, actually. There we go, though. That is full. Yeah, when we get some money in, we are really going to have to refill that. And in fact, our cultivating contract is almost finished. So once that's done, we're going to be able to get a load of money in and see where we go from there. And hopefully we're going to make a good amount of money off this wood chip today. Because if we don't, this thing is going to cost us a lot, as I said. Right. There we go. So all done. Let's park this up here. I'm going to unfold it all, but we're not going to turn this on yet, because if I turn this on before I've cut the tree into little pieces, as I said, we're going to end up costing ourselves a huge amount of cash. Contract has finished, so we'll stop the hired worker. And yeah, that's the contract done. Very pleased with the work that's done over the last couple of days. And we will complete both of these cultivating contracts. Oh, no, there's another cultivating contract. And not too far from us, actually. I am going to, in that case, complete this one. And there's no point in turning down another good contract. So, yeah, let's keep our cultivator going. Field 101. That is up the top somewhere. Yeah, not too far from our other tractor, actually. So let's fold this up, get that up there, and we can keep the money rolling in. Now looks like it's doing fairly well up here. Quite pleased actually with how well that's working. The hired worker is so much better in FS25. And the field that we want is this one here. So we'll just drive it up to the corner and we will get that working in there. So that will bring us in a bit more cash, which is great. Hopefully there's enough fuel in this tractor to get this field done as well. And then I'm going to need something to put the wood chips in. So we'll grab our T7 here and the trailer. I'd probably put the Valtra N series on this actually, but I'm going to do it with the T series, with the T7, the T series. We'll do it with the T7 because I love this tractor. This is my favorite tractor, as I've said before, and I might as well use it. We haven't got a huge number of hours on it. We're probably gonna come up to 10 odd hours maybe today. I'm not looking to have either of these tractors turned on for very long, simply because we don't need to. We're going to be cutting trees down and cutting into small pieces and then wood chipping it and saving on fuel and saving on cost of the use of the wood chipper are going to be absolute paramount today. Right, so let's get our chainsaw out. This tree, before we do this, let's just check that we do actually own this bit of land. Yeah, we're pretty good. It seems to overlap with the wall a little bit and not be too close there. So we're going to have to take this tree out in order to actually utilize this land. And we're probably going to have to take it up to the height of the other bit. So, yeah. It's going to be a case of preparation here, getting all of this done ahead, and then having our wood chipper on for the least amount of time possible to make sure that we basically don't spend too much. There we go. That is coming down. We also have some crops to sell today. We've got some oats to sell, I think. I'm going to try and cut that as much like that as possible. So there are some oats to sell today. We're going to have... Well, no, this is the thing. If I can do this without selling the oats, then actually that's really good. And we do have a little bit of an issue where I think I'm going to have to get something in to mulch this. And last time you saw with these large stumps, we had to get a pretty big piece of kit in to mulch them. So I'm hoping not to have to spend as much this year for a single tree, although we've got 2 trees down the bottom that are going to need doing as well. Let's cut this like that. Yeah, I'm going to have to cut this in half because we won't be able to cut it the other way. And then this should cut into quarters and allow us to put it through the kit that way. I'm going to stack this all up right next to my wood chipper so that I'm able to very quickly just put it all through and get it all chipped. So that's the first lot of the trunk down, the sort of the bottom half of it. So let's jump in here. Turn this on, turn the chipper on, and hopefully we can just feed this all into here fairly quickly. This is the thing about preparing a whole load of stuff straight up that will easily slot in, and preferably not throwing it everywhere so that it does actually slot in. Any jams, I need to turn this off as quickly as possible. The idea is to keep the use of this under an in-game hour, and if we can do that, then we'll be fine. But time is moving fairly swiftly, as I said, and yeah, using anything now that is leased just sort of has to be something that you don't use for very long, or your leasing costs rack up really fast. It wouldn't be so bad if I had a lease to own mod, but I don't. It's either financing, leasing, or basically doing buying outright. And we want to keep all of these costs down to a minimum because yeah, flour is our next thing, and then once we've got the flour going, we need bakery, and once we've got the bakery, we can go from there. And yeah, that's our last thing. It's getting bread made. That is the last thing that we have on our list of things that we're looking to make on this series. And I will be very happy when we have all of that done. Then we're going to start looking at where we go next, which is an interesting question. I think Oakbridge is our next series. We did sort of leave. We were going to do Oakbridge, and then we switched over to here. So I think we will probably be looking at heading over that way. And we're still planning to use the money made from when we were on 210 Pantai for that series. Right. Turn this off because these bits of wood here, these are still too big. So we've got to cut them into smaller bits, and then we'll be able to feed them in. So I'm going to cut some more of the tree. And then once we've done that, we'll start feeding our wood chipper again. I've cleared most of the branches off this, or the sort of the straggly bits, and there's actually a lot more to this tree than I thought there was. We're gonna have quite a bit of wood off here, which is very nice. But I am gonna have to cut all of these into much smaller pieces. I think as long as I can pick them up, some of these will just be, yeah, some of these will just feed in really nicely. Unfortunately, we are going to have to cut them into smaller pieces in order to do it. So, yeah, going to cut all this down. We're getting to the point, though, where we don't need to worry about cutting it along the trunks. We'll just cut it into smaller pieces, and it should just feed straight into the chipper. This is taking a little while to get this tree cut down into smaller bits. Having to make sure everything is under 200 kilograms in weight, because anything over that we definitely can't pick up. So this bit here, actually gonna have to very carefully cut. And probably into 3 bits, because right now that is 460, and even dividing that into 2, one of those bits is going to be too heavy. Yeah, so we'll cut this one in half. So much wood here. I think we might end up with a couple of trailers, which is actually very good. I would be happy with that sort of level of wood chips off here. And then we'll be in a position where, yeah, we got the space to get ourselves a windmill built and start processing all of our grains that we got kicking around. Just about there, I think. A few more to go. We need to cut that along that angle there, and in there. Yeah, this is a very nice big pile of wood. We've got a few more bits and pieces to go. I mean, this is 9, so this is just under a ton, this one. That there is enough. Yeah, just a few more branches to cut, and then we will have everything done and can chip the lot, which will be great. I will be very happy when we get that done. I don't know what's happening there. So that one there, that is slightly too heavy, so we can cut that. This one here, 409, so we'll cut that. Probably needs another cut here. We've got quite a muddle up here, so want to make sure I'm cutting the right bit. Cut both of those there in that X, and that way I can be sure we've got it. Cut that there, like so. That's all good. Yeah, this is looking great. 4316, really? That needs cutting a little bit more. Cut that in the middle there, and that will be done. Yeah, slightly worried with everything sort of doing here, but I wasn't cutting. That we were gonna basically end up with a video that was very, very short. Yeah, you need cutting in half. But I think we're good. I think that's got most of the tree. Let's start up the engine on our tractor again. Start up the wood chipper. And wondering how full is the trailer? 64%. So we've almost got a full trailer already of this. That is brilliant. Oh, we got a jam though. Let's pull that out. Turn that round. And see if that will go in that way. Perfect. Right, let's get this chipped and see when we get a full trailer. I have a jam. That's not good, because whenever we get jam, we end up with the problem that we end up getting charged for time that is not working. So we'll try getting it in actually around that way. See if that will work. Start it up. Yeah, clearing jams quickly, very important. But even then, that's not clearing. Right, turn it the other way then. Try and get it in that way. Oh, that does not want to go in. That has something very weird going on. Very weird. I'm going to cut this in half, I think. Let's get that round. Cut that in half. See if that helps things at all. Okay. We lost half of that with that. Not that that's a problem. We're not really looking here to make money from this wood. We're more just trying to clear out the way. Yeah, that's cleared it. Right, let's continue on. I think we might have a full trailer. Let's have a look. Is that full? This one is not going in. I think it's because we've got a weird little wedge bit. Let's see if we can put the wedge up the top. And in that goes. Yeah. No, that's not quite full yet. We're almost there. Some of these bits are still too big, and I'm going to have to cut them down. But at the moment, this is all working as it should. Is this going to do it? Yeah, we have a full trailer, so let's turn this off. And then we'll... Oh, no, let's actually turn the tractor off. Because if I don't turn the tractor off, we still have usage time on that. No, that tractor is still on. Let's actually turn it off. Wrong tractor. Go around this side, turn this tractor off. There we go. Right, let's go and see where wood chips need to go. Best price for wood chips at the moment, and they're right down the bottom here, is $8.92 at the landscaper. Yep, $8.92 at the landscaper. Let's tag it, but I think I know where it is. And yeah, let's go make a bit of money. Just down here, squeeze past the side of the house. Yeah, this is where we did this last year. I'm trying to avoid doing wood chips for the sake of doing wood chips on here. Wood chips do pay very well, but I only really want to do them if I'm going to end up using the land that I'm cutting the wood out of. So this single tree here is a good tree to do. 20,000 though. You can see why, as a winter crop, wood chips are highly recommended. Simply because they do pay so incredibly well. And this is on normal difficulty. On easy economy, they pay exceptionally well. So let's park this back up. I am worried about my cultivator. I think that it's run out of fuel. Start the engine up. Yeah. So I'm going to empty this out. We'll then turn that off. And we'll go and check what's happened. No. Cultivator has just stopped. Which is weird. I don't know why it would do that. I mean, it is thinking it's getting low on fuel. But we have a row here that just needs completing. And then once this is complete, the cultivating is all done for the day. I don't think we'll hold on to this for another day. I could really do with the money. And at some point, we do have to say, right, we've had this tractor for a few days. We've had this completed contract for a few days. There we go. It's time to get this returned and get our cash. Is there a... There is... Oh, it's a tiny cultivating contract. I think I'm going to call that there. So we will collect on this. Okay. And collect on that one as well. And then, yeah, we'll go and check on how that tractor is doing. So, yeah, this is 66% of the way through and is looks like it's doing headlands. So, back to our wood chipping. Turn this on again. And we'll start feeding it in with anything that we can pick up. And then anything we can't, we'll turn the wood chipper off. And we'll get that cut into a size that works for us and that we can also get chipped. I really want to get this chipped today because next day I would love to turn around and get rid of the stump and get the windmill placed so we can start processing our grains. I think we've hit a second hour on the chipper. I think it's unavoidable with the pure amount of stuff we've got to get through here that will end up accruing some time on it. Whoa. But at the moment, the less time I can get on it, the better. You know, I'm having to go further and further to get stuff to put on it. And avoid the bits that are too heavy. That's too heavy. I thought I'd cut everything under 200 kilograms, but apparently not. Apparently, I've still got a lot here that just weighs way too much. I don't mind paying the extra cost if we're actually got this doing chipping all the time. It's if I had it standing there while I was running around and doing stuff. I will be interested to see how much fuel in the tractor we've used. The S series, of course, has only been running this today and therefore isn't, well, might be using fuel at a good rate, but at the very least is not been doing heavy field work. Got a lot of wood here though that's still too heavy to move, and I think we have another full trailer. How's our fuel usage? Actually, fuel usage is not too bad. That could be a lot worse, but it is 5:20. I think we're gonna have to hold on to the chipper for a second day, clear out the rest of this next time, and finish that off. I think the same is going to be true of our contract that's running. Field 56 at the moment is still ongoing, and yeah, it's getting a bit dark here in Pallegney. We should make about another 20 grand off this, I think, which will be absolutely fantastic. We're going to have more than enough money removing this tree to get ourselves set up for the next, or set up with our windmill. So I'm glad I didn't sell the oats. My plan initially was to sell the oats today, but I don't think we need to. I think we'll be able to make plenty of flour from those oats. in the windmill once we get it set up. This is going to make us yeah, it's going to make us nearly 20,000 off here. In fact, I think it is going to make us 20,000. There we go, 20,249. That has been a good day's work. 40,000 pounds from 2 trailers worth of this. We need to get the rest of that tree cleared away today and our windmill built. We've finished up with the plow, and this has come back to the farm here. So let's have a quick look and see if there's another plowing contract. With lots of cultivating, there is a plowing contract we could send this down to, which has the same tractor. So we might get another use out of this today, I think. At the same time, can we get... Yeah, if we get this cultivating contract, we can then take on those other 2 cultivating contracts as well. So we will borrow the items for that contract, and we will also accept this plowing contract. We'll get these 2 started then, and then we'll come back up to the farm. We'll get the trailer into position with T7, and we'll go and start getting that tree cleared. Oh, if I'm going to do this, though, we're going to need to refuel this tractor. So we'll do that first as well. And that way, there's going to be plenty of fuel on here. Oh, wow, we're down to 843. We're going to have to buy some more fuel today as well. Also, I've made an adjustment to the real-time hours mod, so we can now put the fuel usage back up to normal, because I've adjusted it so that it's 0.75 for a if you are on low fuel usage, a straight up 1 if you are on normal, and a 1.25 if you are on high fuel usage. That way, I think that adjusts it a little bit better and makes it a little bit nicer. And now we'll go down and we'll get this ploughing in the snow, and we'll go and get the cultivator started as well. So 72 is just the other side of the river here. Let's start that going, and that'll be fine. Field is nice and clear, so that's good. And then we want to get the other John Deere, the 8RT here, started up, and we'll go and get this cultivating another field. Then we can complete both ploughing contracts, and then get this onto the last 2 cultivating contracts, and get a load of cash in that way. Just means that we're being efficient. We're constantly bringing money in where we can, and in fact, with the wood chips today, we should bring in a really decent amount of cash from those 2. I think it's just this field down here. Again, nice and clear of snow at the moment. We are expecting a fair amount of snow on here today, but not so much that stop us working, so that's good. And yeah, it's this field here, so let's get that started there. I think that's going to be good. Is that going? No. There we go. Right, so we'll leave that going here, and we can go and deal with this tree. So my hope is that we can clear this tree out of the way today, get the windmill built. We need 50,000 for the windmill, plus the money to level the ground, which we should have, and then we'll be well on our way. So bring this into here, and before we get started on doing on actually doing this, we need to make sure that all of these bits that we've got that are too heavy get cut in half, so that we're then able to pick everything up and get it in as quickly as possible. So that down the middle there, this down the middle here. I don't know how I ended up with so many bits that needed cutting and doing into smaller bits like this, because I thought we'd sort of set ourselves up so that everything could be picked up. That does not want to cut in half. Might have to cut that in half the other way. Yeah, neither of these want to cut in half, so we'll cut that in half there. Make these shorter. And that should then sort both of those out. There's a few more around here, so that one, can we cut that in half? Cut that bit off that, which might help. Some of these are really heavy, I think, because they've got weird growths in them. Yeah, there we go. Cut that bit in half there. And then some of these just are slightly too long. Well, this one here actually needs to be cut into 3 pieces. So cut that. Yeah, and we should have this cleared up fairly quickly. So I'm going to keep clearing this, going to keep getting it cut. And once we're done, we'll get this all chipped, make the money off it, and get the windmill built. Right, I think I've got everything cut into smaller pieces that should now work. So let's start this up. Let's start up the tractor. Yeah, we've got a whole load in there as well. Start up the wood chipper as well. And hopefully keep the time down that we're using this. Chucking that over there. Don't chuck that over there. Let's see if we can get this done. Well, it's 9:49 now. Let's see if we can get this done before we end up getting charged another hour for the use of this. Oh, how did I know that bit wasn't going to go in? Very odd shaped cut, this. Go on, get in that. There we go. Same for this. We have been charged another hour for it. We've gone down to 65,000. So 10:04 that happened at roughly. So we need to get the rest of this finished by 11 o'clock if we're looking to avoid getting that done. Oh, and of course it now gets jammed. This is where all of our problems come with this. Gonna have to switch it around like that, like so, and start it up again. Yeah, that got it. Easiest thing is to turn it off, pull the bit out, and reorientate it so it'll actually go through. I think we're only about half full on the trailer at this point. Yeah, 59% done. We're also about halfway through before we hit another hour, but even with this accelerated rate of cost for leasing this is still a really, really good setup. We'll make easily, well, we'll make way more than it's going to cost us to actually do this trailer, and as a result, it's just so worth doing wood chips every year if you can. As I said, on here I'm trying not to just straight up do wood chips. I'm trying to have a purpose behind wood chips, but I think that if you go and do something like poplars, I think poplars are actually a really good, well-paying crop in Farming Simulator 25. Really good crop. We're up to 86% on here now. We do have 2 trees left over from last year I want to do as well. It's whether we'll get the extra 2 grand from it. Oh, come on, pick up. I think we're going to go over anyway. We are at 10:50 in the morning. And that means we're coming up to another hour. That's going in. We're still putting wood chip in. And nice long bit. We're almost there with this. I think we might want to get rid of this tree here as well, though. I think that's going to give us easy access. Although possibly not. We may be all right in this area here. It kind of depends if we can actually get the access. Or I can actually get the access I want to get here. But it is 10:59. In fact, yeah, we've gone down another 2 grand. Wow, there are so many tractors in the shop at the moment. This is ridiculous. We've had another T7 turn up, which very, very tempted, but it's 110,000. We don't have that. But a 6R for 77,000. That's a really good price for that tractor. And it's yeah, it's coming in at 203 horsepower. Wow. How many hours on it already? 32 hours on it though. With our new hour setup, that is going to hit 50 hours very, very quickly, unfortunately. As much as well, we don't need another tractor at the moment. We have other things to buy. As I said, I want to buy a vine harvester, a grape harvester if I can. We need to buy the bakery, and part of the reason why we're putting the mill here is because the bakery is right next door. What is going on with this? It's just, yeah, that's what I thought. That's just an end bit. With a tiny chunk of wood here. Wow. Tiny chunk of wood. Let's have a look at how our placement goes. But I think, oh, we have a full trailer as well. We might as well fold all this up because that is clear. We're all done. Right, we're going to go down the bottom. We've got a little bit in here, and then what we can do, get these other two trees cleared up, and then we'll see about placing our windmill. Oh wow, the slipperiness of the snow is not good. We're having trouble moving off with the trailer on. This is the realistic weather mod playing absolute havoc with us in the snow. Our ability to grip is greatly reduced now in snow and ice, and so yeah, you can see the trailer moving about as well. That is a little bit crazy. We have to be careful on slopes, basically, and careful with our speed as well. Otherwise, we are just going to slide all over the place. A little bit more control, and we'll be all good. All right, round and out. Let's head up and go and get this tipped. Turn this around in here. Actually, I might just drive straight across. Seems to be the better place to do it. And switch over to the back. There we go. And tip it up. Right, we should make nearly 22,000 off this trailer, I think. So still plenty of money kicking around for us at the moment. Yep, hitting 83,000 with 21,613. Wood chips are so overpowered. It's crazy. They pay massively well for 2 months of the year, and they're the 2 months of the year where forestry really works, is pretty much the only thing to do on the farm. It is such a great paying way to go. So let's bring this around here. Sliding about in the snow ridiculously. I just sort of, the trailer is sliding everywhere as well. It's a little bit mad and not at all safe. Start this up. Turn the New Holland off. Keep our hours as low as possible. Just leaving stuff running is just throwing up so many hours in this. Unlike that, turn that on. Right. It's not much we got down here, but these, I noticed these trees were down here at the while we were doing the grapes this year, and they were just a set of trees that we cut because they were in the way, and we'd already returned our wood chipper last year, so just made more sense to have the wood chipper come down here and deal with them this year. Fairly easy bits to get in and deal with. Right, there we go. So turn that off. And how much do we have in here? Only 11%. Right, let's go and have a look and see if we can set up this windmill and whether the tree we have remaining up here gets in the way. Now, placing stuff in the snow is always fun, and you can see there's quite a dip in this area. We've got the tree stump there, but if we smooth this out, we'd actually be able to put it on top. Let's see. We want construction. We want a windmill. And I want this windmill down the bottom here. Now, ideally, I want easy access. Yeah, this is what I thought. And land is not owned by you. Oh, wow. So, to even get it, you're going to have to adjust things there. There is how it's going to have to go. And yeah, we kind of need to raise the land up, I think, but it's going to be right on the roadway, possibly. Anyway, I look at it. Yeah, we need to get rid of that. I think we might just straight up mulch this. Get the mulcher in. Mulch this tree out. I don't think this is going to be worth much. Although we've already used the time. And yeah, we'll get the mulcher in and get rid of both of those. Snow has begun to melt now, thankfully. It's been getting really in my way. And like that there, like so. Let's unfold the equipment. Then take this down. So I think this will probably be able to be lifted by hand. But yeah, this is completely in the way. Right. And then I just want to chop some branches off it. There. And can I get that one? Am I stuck in? That's weird. Right. Yeah, we want to... There. Cut those off. And then find out if that will go in the middle. Anything more? No, we might be able to pick this up. No, we can't pick that up. Fine. Let's cut this off here then. And cut this in the middle here, because I don't think that's too heavy, but I'm not going to risk it. Jump in the tractor, turn it all on, and then we can pick these bits up and get them going in. Fantastic. This should then be the end of it. That one might be a little bit weird. All of this though, this is the nice thing about these smaller trees. You just pick them up and plonk them in. And I was going to say, and they should go in, but that one is not playing ball. Don't know what's up with that. Are neither of these going in? Neither of these going in. This is where just coming in with the shredder would have made more sense. Right, I think I've cleared the blockage. Had to do some cutting and just reworking a little bit. It has gone in fine. We have used another 2,000. We've had another hour. That one is two pieces that are a giant Y. So that needs cutting down there. Yeah, this is now me being really inefficient with this. And ending up costing myself money. Because I'm not turning equipment off. I know I should be turning off. And being very stupid about the whole situation. Come on, get in there. Sometimes with these odd cuts, they just don't want to go in. There we are. Right, I think that is it. Where is that pointing away from my tractor and trailer? We've got a finished contract as well. Let's turn this off. I want to move this into a position where, wow, this thing really is heavy on the back of here. And it doesn't like maneuvering at all in the snow. At all. Let's move that. But I need to get it round and get the pipe pointed because I don't know if there's any wood chips left in here with the way this has been acting. Yeah, it's sort of flipped round now, as you can see. I think it got stuck, and as a result, I think it's going to dump a whole load of wood chips just like that. Right, but now we're done. We can fold up and we can get that returned. Let's pop in here. Vehicles. It is the Heiselmat. We had it for 5.3 hours, so that cost us 10,000. We'll return it. We're going to end up paying a little bit for cleaning as well. But yeah, that has been returned. So only 4,000 litres of wood chips here. Get these tipped. Make our money off these. So should get about 4,000 off it. Yeah, 4,189. Wood chips still paying absolutely crazy money. This tractor, with this mod, the realistic weather mod, the tractor and trailer just slides everywhere. You can't turn a corner without things sliding about. It's absolutely mad. But I'm gonna go and return this to the farmyard, and then we will go and see if we can attach a stump mulcher, full stump mulcher, to the S series and see if it's powerful enough to use the larger one, because that's the thing we need to get rid of, those stumps. Thankfully, the snow has finally cleared. That was just a little bit insane. I want to go and drop the weight off the front of this tractor. We've had this John Deere weight for a little while, and to be honest, I want something a little bit bulkier. So we'll drop that off there and get that sold. And then we will get everything purchased that we need, or leased. So want to buy a new weight for this tractor. This is only a mass 1.15 ton weight. So yeah, the 1150. So let's sell that. Yes, okay. And then we want to buy no, we want to lease. So in forestry equipment, we want to come and lease a mulcher. Here we go, forestry mulcher. So this is what we had last time. This is the one we're going to try and use this time. 360 horsepower is a little beyond even our S series. I think our S series is only 290. Let's have a look. Vulture S series, 280 horsepower. Wow, so that is well beyond it. We might have to look at something else. So lots of people telling me to try the stump cutter, and we might. It might not work this. So let's go in details. Let's lease this. It's going to cost us 1,377, but we'll get 500 of that back. So yes, okay. And then I want to get a weight as well to go on the front of my S series. That is not what we had, but that's what we had before. I quite like these weights. This is what we got on the front of the other Vulture. So I'm going to customize that, and we will buy that as well. That will go on there quite nicely. And hopefully this stump grinder is going to be enough to get rid of these stumps. I'm not overly confident about this. I think we could very easily find ourselves with a little bit of an Etzel with this. Right, let's see if it's let's see if it works. Can I lift that? No, I can't lift that. Okay, let's see if then this will grind. Actually, this stump, yeah, it might grind this stump out. This one is not as big as some of the ones that I've had to deal with in the past. I'll turn this on. Let's see if it will actually grind the stump. Oh, wow, yeah. That has actually saved us a ton of money. That ground that out really, really fast. I thought I was going to have so much more problem than that, but there we go. That's that job. That was so quick. We'll get that returned then, because I think, yeah, that's cleared that out completely. That was ridiculously quick. So let's get that returned. Where is that? There we go. Print off SF900. Let's return that. Yes. Okay. And £1 washing cost. 540 back. And we're looking good. In fact, I need to... One thing I do need to do is we need to get a pressure washer because this tractor is so dirty. In fact, all our equipment is so dirty. We really need to wash everything. So now we can place our windmill. We've got nothing in the way anymore. We know exactly where it can go. Land is not owned by you. Oh, come on. Really want. How far over? That is mad. If I go B. No. There we go. So we can put it. I've got to own that land, which is annoying. How much will it cost me to buy 108? 59,000. So that leaves me without the money to actually place it. But I think that buys me the bakery as well if I do that. So how close is our ploughing contract to finishing? It's at 87%. It is on the last of the headlands. In fact, I think it's just starting the last headland. When we get this done, we will have 7,000 from 35, which is complete. We will have 7,000 from 56, which is complete. And we'll have 4,000. So that's 14,000, 18,000. That will throw us over 100,000. So yeah, I'm going to buy the land the bakery's on. So let's purchase that then. 108. We will buy that for 59,000. Oh, it's not going to be enough. It isn't. Right. It looks like, after all, I am going to have to sell some of that. Do I manage? Yeah. So the bakery is not owned by me, but I do own the land, which should now mean that pushing this, you know what? To get the money in from this, I think it is going to be a case of borrowing some cash. So borrowing money to invest is fine. We're going to take it up to 175,000. So take that up to that. That gives us 50,000. That's not going to be enough to build this. We've got to wait for our contract to finish. It is so nearly there. So what I want to do is control the actual land around here. Let's see if we can level this out. Change my build type. Yeah. So I'm going to try and do a level area around here. Like this. See if we can get this all nice and level here. Then I can make a ramp up to the top. And we can do a ramp down to the area at the bottom, but it is going to make quite a steep setup there. Now let's have a look at our windmill going on to this area. Yeah, it will fit on there, I think. Yeah, right there, it will fit very nicely, and we just need then to make a ramp up the back part of it to get up there and just smooth everything out. So yeah, that's how I want to place it. And our contract is coming to an end at the bottom of this field. There it is, in fact. So we can stop this hired worker. We'll jump out of this tractor and we will claim both of the ploughing contracts. And I think it's a little too late in the day. Yeah, it's a little too late in the day for us to do another cultivating contract. As much as I would love to grab one of these two, I don't think either of them is very near to where it is. Yeah, So I am going to collect that one today as well. Then we can have a look at this platform we've created quickly. So yeah, we want to smooth that out a little bit. I want to get you see all of the smoothing we need to do down here. And we need to make easy access to this end here, which should be fine. So let's move ourselves out the way. Then we can come in and build here. And yeah, this should fit here very nicely. Just to line up that edge. Overlaps with another object. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it does overlap, and that's fine. Want to actually get height on this a little touch higher. Gonna make this a touch higher. It says it overlaps, and that is because it is overlapping with the bit here where we're looking to build. But that's fine. If I can put it on a flat plane here, we'll be good. Let's grab this. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. That is in good place. We are going to place anywhere and save first. This goes horribly wrong. I want to be able to save. Game is saved. Light is beginning to fade. Right. Now we can place this, and we are gonna place this here like so. There we are. It's a good place for this. It's a really good place for this. Nice easy access up here. We can yeah, we need to smooth this off down this end so we have easy access here. So I'm going to sort of try and do that a bit. We've got 17,000 to spend doing it. It's kind of sitting on a giant raised platform at the moment. So I want to smooth all of this and sort of get this so it's a little bit better. But I am very, very happy with that. That is fantastic. We are... Well, we've not only got our production for this, but we bought the land ready to get the bakery as well, which is even better. We've skipped ahead a couple of months. There wasn't much going on in either January or February. The ground, oh wow, was covered in snow. As you can see, everything is that little bit slippery. Thankfully, we don't destroy the oilseed radish by driving over it like this. But yeah, everything's been a little bit slippery and slidey, and just trying to get the brakes working with the realistic weather is fun. But we are through to March. We're expecting the ground to thaw out fairly quickly today. We've got a nice load of sun this morning. It is going to be a bit rainy in the afternoon. But yeah, this morning we should be good. So it's time to get the oats planted here on Pallegney. And we should end up getting through this today. We've had a lot of comments on the last few videos, which has been fantastic. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been liking, subscribing, and importantly commenting on my videos. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. I'm going to go through a few in this video, I think, and cover them while we sort this. You can see behind us as well, our windmill is going. That has stopped. So we've got the windmill going up here, and we put most of our stuff into it over the winter. In fact, it looks like we have all of our flour produced. So we did that over the last couple of months. Let's deactivate that, deactivate that, and deactivate. So all of our oats, sorghum, and wheat went through our windmill over the winter. We now have a whole load of flour. We're still producing milk. I think we're still got milk going through that. So our dairy moves quite slowly, but this is brilliant. And we've got all of the flour out. So the aim now is to get the bakery so we can start making the bread. and see where we go from there with that. So I'm going to start a hired worker on this field here with our S-Series Valtra. That will nice and easily do that. And then go back and get the New Holland, and we're going to follow behind with that and get the oats planted. And as I'd hoped, before we've even got started planting, the snow is going already. I don't know if it's going to go from here, but certainly further down it seems to be clearing. Now where did oh yeah, I know where I left my seeder. It's around the other side here. So one comment that did stand out, that we've had a few comments on, is my choice of tractors around here. There's been some suggestion that I should sell off my New Holland here, and that I should also sell off the Valtra S series that we've got. Both those tractors are a little bit overpowered for what we're doing on here, and I would be better off with some smaller stuff, maybe closer to the 100 horsepower setup. I don't think you're wrong, to be honest. I think that, yeah, for what we're doing on here, this tractor and the S-Series might be a little bit big. I mean, we're only using 3 meter. I think we're using a 4 meter plant cultivator and a 3 meter horse planter here. And neither of these tractors are particularly challenged by this kit. We got horsepower to spare with them. The S-Series is actually really useful for whenever we're doing wood chipping and we hire the wood chipper. It easily handles that. I think this New Holland might handle that as well. The New Holland is great for carting. It does a fantastic job with our carting, so that's why I kind of like to have this. Plus, this is my favorite tractor, and I've got a chance to have my favorite tractor on this series. I'm gonna use that. Should I have maybe replaced the S series with the second New Holland that came up a couple episodes ago? Maybe. And that is as a distinct possibility for something I could possibly have done. So that is very true. Let's get ourselves some steering assist up on here, and we will okay that. Oh, maybe we might get away with, we're gonna have to get away with, I think, we're gonna have to do 5 headlands in order to not have a problem. Yeah, 5 headlands should mean that we do well. And we've got the same orientation as our cultivator there. And yeah, this oilseed radish, this is going to create us a really nice bed of fertilizer. And we should be able to go through this field and get this done. That is not easy to see where we've been and where we've got to go. Oh, there is a little bit of discoloration from that angle, so that's good. But yeah, my choice of tractors here very much have been really told by the stuff that's been available in the used sale. And we got the Valtra S series basically because it was the first big tractor that came up in the used sales and was perfect for us as a result. I got the New Holland because I love this Blue Power T7. If I get a chance to get this, I am going to pick it up. So yeah, that's why we've got the New Holland T7 in here. It is just an absolutely cracking tractor, and I love it, and I'm gonna grab it every opportunity I get. So yeah, it's a personal choice, this one. But could we run this farm with smaller tractors? Yeah, I think we could. And I think it would run well with smaller tractors as well. Another comment that comes up a lot, and I've seen over the last couple episodes appear again, is why do I run my games at 10 times? And why not, if I'm being realistic, why not run it at 1 times? You know, should I not just do several jobs in a day and spread it over several videos? I would love to, but it would slow things down a lot. I don't think people are overly interested in me spending 3-4 videos doing a single day on the farm and having months where and having a video that ends up being spread, or having a day spread over like 5-6 videos. With running it 10 times and doing a day a video, we get through the farm in a way that I think is interesting, where we get to see the jobs done and everything like that. And then I suppose the question from that then comes, why not slow it down and just record more and edit it down? That's a lot more editing. So that would increase the editing time by a huge factor. The other thing, of course, is that increases the recording time. And as much as I would love to do more recording and take time a little bit longer in these series, my time, like everybody's, is limited. And if I was in a position where I could put out maybe 4 videos a week, then I would possibly do that. I do know creators who do spend a lot of time recording a massive amount of footage and then editing that down. Unfortunately, I just the problems or the restrictions I have on my time don't allow for that. I would love to record 4 or 5 hours of footage and edit that down to a 30-minute video for you, but the realities are that that is there would be no live streams, and basically that would be all there is. And unfortunately, as it stands at the moment, I don't get enough in from the videos to be able to do that. It's a little bit of a catch-22. I've spoken about this in my live streams before, actually. If I got to the stage where I had an editor, where I had somebody who could dedicatedly go through my footage and apply even more of an editing thing to it, I could record more footage, because I wouldn't have to go through with the editing process, and so it'd be a split of time, and B, they would be able to just dedicate to that. But unfortunately, being as it is, I'm never really in a position, or I've never really been in a position where I have been able to hire somebody to edit my videos. So I have to do it all myself, and that means the time restrictions are fairly heavy on recording these things. And yeah, I love this, and I hope, at 10 times it also adds that little bit of pressure to it, just so that things move along at a steady pace, and hopefully things never get too samey at the same time. The hired workers' approach to this field has been quite interesting. It's sort of worked through the middle of the field first, and then coming out to do this side over here, and then it's going to go and do the remains over that side. I've left a 1-row buffer zone over there, just because I want to try and avoid the cultivator going through and tearing up too much of what I've seeded on here. We seem to be doing pretty well at the moment. The fuel level seems good, so I've adjusted the mod. A lot of people saying just remove the mod that adds the extra hours, adds the extra costs. I like the extra challenge, and that's why I've got it in here. The fuel was the biggest problem for me. The fuel usage was just ridiculous. It had gone completely the other way. So I've adjusted the mod now. It works pretty much as I want it to. We're using fuel at a rate that I now feel is much more realistic for gameplay. So I'm liking that a lot. I would expect the tractor to use most of its fuel in a day working like this. So I'm expecting that, yeah, we will be down to the bottom of the fuel. I actually forgot to refuel this tractor before we started today. So from that point of view as well, I think we're probably going to end up having to refuel this tractor, which is good because I should be refueling my tractors every day before I start work. And it's something that the game in general has stopped me from doing because I don't need to. You can go months without refueling a tractor. You should be refueling your tractor on a regular basis. So that increased cost I'm quite happy with, and the extra time, the extra hours on it, that makes sense to me as well. The leasing side of things, I think I'm gonna have a look at the mod, see if there's a way to adjust the leasing setup, maybe see if we can discount the leasing depending on the time scale. I mean, that would be fantastic if I could work that out. But at the moment, yeah, leasing is the one thing that costs a huge amount of money. And while it was fine for our wood chipper and fine for anything I use for a very short period each time I use it, if we need to go and lease something bigger and we're going to be using for longer, that could be very expensive very quickly. So why did I plant the oilseed radish on here? Because this is something not many people do, and we had a good opportunity to do it this year. And if we have a look over here, you can see the effect the oilseed radish is having. We only need to fertilize this field once this year. It immediately brings this field up to the same level as we have elsewhere, having done fertilizer on there. So it keeps our fertilizer cost down because seeds cost so much less than fertilizer, and we're just going to be able to save a bunch of money from the fertilizing cost this year because we've got this oilseed radish in here. Also helps in real life, I think, to hold the soil together. The soil is much happier when it has something growing in it. It basically helps with your soil health as well. So I very much like the idea of putting OSR down in my fields where I've got spring crops that I'm going to plant. It just reduces my cost and is better for the upkeep of your fields. I really wish there was a mechanic for that in game. I'd really like, actually, if precision farming is getting an update, to have some sort of a mechanic like that in there. Maybe there's a making of a mod in there. There absolutely is a making of a mod in there that would really help to make this mechanic, this planting a cover crop, something that would truly benefit your farm. So the other tractor has started going around the edge now. I'm looking at it and I think I might need to add another headland on the inside. It has come a long way into that field. I think next field as well, what I will probably do is reduce the number of headlands on the cultivator. It's going way too deep. Although, to be honest, we can probably get that cultivator doing the field for the sorghum today, and that way it will just it will mean that we won't need to worry about overlaps. But yeah, it seems to be doing well. It's a 4 meter and we've got it doing 4 headlands, and this is a 3 meter and we got it doing 5. We probably should have reduced the 4 meter to just doing the 3, and then we would have been absolutely fine. The overlap is a little bit much. I think we're maybe a meter out on this, so we're gonna have a little bit of cleanup to do around the headlands. My failure to refuel my tractor is gonna be a problem today. We have hit a quarter of a tank left, and so yeah, that's not good. Get out of the way of our cultivator. So I'm gonna need to go and refuel this probably before we hit the headlands with this tractor, which does annoy me slightly, but Hey, that's how it goes. Also, I probably need to refuel the Vultra before we get that started on field 32. It should be fairly good getting that onto there. How close are we to the end of the row? There it is. It's getting harder to tell now that the S-Series is going around the headlands. But yeah, we're doing all right. We might have enough to get the main body of this field done, which would be grand. Not having to go back to the farm before then would be very good. Although, yeah, it's not going to be enough to do the rest of the field, I don't think. At the same time, the rain has started to fall, but this is only a short shower, so we should be okay. It won't affect us too badly. I think if it was a longer rainstorm, that would be a bigger problem. But just an hour or so, that isn't going to really impact us too badly. And with the ground being fairly dry, it should end up that we aren't too affected by planting in this. It's looking very good. We still have plenty of seed, which is fantastic. We've got lots in storage as well, so we're not looking at running out anytime soon. I am looking at our setup here and the suggestions people have made, and maybe our Vultra or the S-Series is overkill for this farm. I'm gonna keep my eye out. If something appears secondhand for a decent price that is maybe closer to the horsepower of this tractor, we might have a look at that. But for now, the S-Series is serving us well, so I'm not too worried. I've got the realistic weather mod running on here, and I've left these hay bales out here. Completely forgot about them. Their moisture level is going up. There's no hay in them. These bales have been completely destroyed. Yeah, math is 235. I've left them out so long that the hay bales have been destroyed. I know people have been asking for this kind of functionality from that existed in the old seasons mod. It's here in realistic weather, and it has destroyed my bales. They are of zero use, those that we've got down in the bottom here. That sucks. We're gonna have to just, well, we'll have to put them into the cows, but there is no useful hay in them at all. They are just done. And talking about just being done, our tractor is flashing red on its fuel. So we'll get this road done, and I'm gonna head up to the yard and get it refueled. Yeah, we are complete on, well, we're complete fuel wise. We need to get this sorted, which is unfortunate, but that's what happens when you forget to refuel your your tractor in the morning, and you're actually using something a little bit more realistic than the base game fuel levels. I have a horrible feeling though that we don't have a huge amount of fuel in our tank either. Let's see what we've got. Turn the engine off. 354 litres. That's gonna have to do. I think we need to get some contracts done next time. Is there anything? There's a couple of hoeing contracts. There's a mowing contract. Spraying, a stone picking. These supply and transport contracts are amazing if you have the stuff it needs. And you have to have the right amounts of them as well. There is quite a lot of money to be made on these, and I really like these. Yeah, there's some contracts that we can hit next time. We can also hit with our own equipment. How much fuel is left in our tank? Silo is empty, so yeah, we're gonna have to buy some more fuel, which means we are gonna have to do some contracting work in order to bring some cash in. Also, we've got stuff to sell. Actually, we can sell some milk, we can sell some flour. I don't want to sell all the flour because we want to start making bread, and we need to buy the bakery So we're going to have to start saving up for that as well. All in all, there's quite a lot still to do on here. The S-Series has completed cultivating the field, so that's good news. Let's just this up here then. What's the fuel level like on this? Fuel level like on this is actually pretty good. I think there's enough fuel in here for this to hit the second field, so we'll get that going over here. I'll take it up to the top end over this way and just bring it on here. I want to see how many headlands it wants to do. It wants to do 4. It won't go any less than 4. So yeah, we can't with an AI worker get it to do less than 4. So okay that, and we'll send it off. Yeah, that's how many it needs to make sure it can turn around in the field. So we will finish this field off. That field being done a day early just makes it easier for us, and means that that tractor finishes off that. And getting ahead, that is absolutely something we need to do around here. If we don't get ahead, we often find ourselves falling behind. That is the main part of the field done. So I'm just going to run along the headlands now. Just inside the outer line. I think on most of the headlands we're fine. But just that middle section of the field where the cultivator sort of undid some of the seeding that we had. Just want to come in there and fix this. You can see actually on this bit here. So I don't think my seeder is going to reach far enough across to do that. So we're just going to run along. In fact, yeah, you can see from the guidelines there that that is not going to reach that. So we're just going to come along the edge of the guide here. Basically add an extra bit of headland to this section of the field here. And next time we know that if we're going to run that cultivator on the hired worker on those parts of the field, then we're going to need to increase this to 6 headlands for this piece of kit. One tour of the headlands done. 4 more to go, and yeah, looking good. This is working very well. The other tractor is doing a grand job on the other field, so that will be ready for us to plant sorghum next month, which is brilliant. And next time though, we're going to need to get this field rolled in, and we're not going to start seeing that yet. So we'll probably end up getting the N series rolling this field in. I think our New Holland here, we want to look at getting this to probably go and do some contracting. I think there's a few contracts we can do with this tractor, and get that done. I think we could also possibly get a couple of contracts going with the S series. So rather than going out there and doing stuff with the contracting equipment, using our own equipment and maybe seeing if we can save a bit of money. Although with the increased fuel costs and things, we might actually be better off using contracting equipment to do stuff, rather than spending that extra money on the wear and tear for our equipment, and the fuel costs too. The mist is still clinging down around the bottom here, even though it's mid-afternoon, and it's not a cold day. It's like 13 degrees, which is pretty good for March. And it's yeah, we are on our 3rd headland now, about halfway through, and that means that we should be on track to have this finished by the end of the day. The S series looks like it is now onto the headlands, by the looks of things. I can't see it on the main body of the field, which means it's hiding somewhere around the other side of the trees. In fact, there it is, coming out of the trees there. In fact, I think that looks like it's doing the outside of the field before it starts doing the inside of the headlands. Hide workers always do some very weird and interesting things on the fields, and it looks like this is no exception this time. It's no, it's, I think it's just doing the outer edge of the field first, but yeah, that is a little bit weird. Don't quite know why it's doing the outer part of the headlands first, but if that's the way it wants to do it, that's absolutely fine by me. As long as that field has all of its oilseed radish cultivated in by the end of today, we're going to be in a great position in April to get the sorghum in. I don't think my timings today could have been any better. It is coming up to 5:30. We have just one single row on this headland to do. Our other tractor with the cultivator, the S series with the cultivator, has just finished work on field 32. Everything has just really come together nicely today. I still think my fuel usage set is maybe a little bit high. We've used another half a tank of fuel on here, so I might adjust that a little bit further, just to sort that. But yeah, this is looking pretty awesome. I am so pleased. We've got this in. We will get this field rolled next time. We'll go and see if we can start to raise some money to buy the bakery, because that is the next thing we need. We need to turn our flour into some bread, so I think some contracts for that. And yeah, our tractor there, our S series, is great as well. I need to get some milk sold. We are in the red. We're by sort of 500 pounds. So we got 17,950 litres of milk. We're going to top up our dairy quickly, and make sure that that has everything in it. But I need to make sure that we are fully working and have enough money to do everything. We got some contracts we can do today as well, so I'm basically considering doing those today, and we'll probably use this tractor actually for some of them. Now there's a couple of weeding contracts. There's also a couple of hoeing contracts that we can do, so that should work out quite well if we use this and our weeder for the weeding contracts, and the hoe for the hoeing contract, and get a hoe for the hoeing contracts. That should do us pretty well. Another 12,000 litres of milk. Yeah, right. So first things first, we need to sell this. Where is our best place to sell milk? Is the dairy. Is this my dairy? Let's tag it. That's not my dairy. That is 876 meters over the other way. So yeah, it's about a kilometer away. So we'll go and do this, and that will help us get started. Oh, the other thing we need to do today is roll in the oats. So we've got a fair amount to do on the farm, but we also need to start making a bit of money as well. So the dairy is just down here on the left, or on the right, sorry. And oh, it's a reverse into. I didn't realize that. Going to drive straight through it. And yeah, I need to reverse into this. So, or maybe we can reverse out of it. Let's see if we can get in here and actually unload it. Yeah, there we go. So unload that. Not like I'm tipping the trailer. And that has given us 11,823. So just over 11,000 in the bank. This is purchasable, this dairy, so if we ever wanted to really up our speed, we could do that. Then we could actually tip there as well. Or is that does that have both a sell point and a production in it. That would be really cool if it did. So I'm going to stop off at the shop on the way back because we want to get a contract started. And the contract I want to get started is not the weeding contract down here, but instead there's a couple of hoeing contracts. We are going to... Oh, I hate doing this. We're going to lease this one. In fact, no, we are going to lease this one. We're not going to do the 21 on 21. We're going to lease the equipment on it. So borrow items. And then we are going to accept that one, and that should mean I can cancel that one and not incur any fees. It's a little bit underhanded, but yeah, if you're going to give me a contract with 475 and then charge me for the equipment, no. But we'll see if that still charges me for the equipment on this, because it does seem a little bit odd if I get to use the equipment and don't do the contract if it doesn't charge me for the equipment. So we'll see what happens. We might still be out of pocket £775, but that would be no different than if we just took the second contract on its own. So not too worried about that. Where is this going? We want this to go to farmland 80. So let's select this, create job. Farmland 80 is over here. So field work, and set it to go from that top corner and start the job. Is that going? Yeah, that's off. Perfect. Right, and that means that we can jump back in this and we will go and get some more milk, make some more money, and head back to the farm. Our cow's milk production has been pretty good. We had 17,000 litres in there today, and we've left about 3,000 litres overall. We're not going to do another trip because there's only that much in there, and I kind of just want to put that into my own little dairy. Let's see if we can empty this out here. We can. Oh, that's so much easier. So we'll tip this out here. Should make about another 11,000, nearly 12,000 off this, which is good. That will set us up very, very nicely for today, and means I can now get this tractor started. Well, actually, we could get... You know what? I'm going to get this tractor started on weeding contracts. I think we're going to take the New Holland T7 and go and do the rolling with that. Actually, forget that. What we're going to do is we're going to go and get this doing the contracting work and get this doing the weeding. We've been using the T7 quite a bit recently, and I think actually we can send this off to go and get some stuff done. What we do need to do is refuel it, because obviously we're using more fuel these days, as we should be. So hook that up and do that. Let's go and see how much fuel we actually have in our tank. Oh, it's empty. Right, we're going to need to buy 5,000 litres, I think. Or 2,000, 5,000 litres. It's going to cost us 8,000, but that's fine. We'll make that back later. And then bring this over here and stop it. And refill. Nope. I'm in the wrong place. Let's give that another try. So bring this to here. Oh, where is this? Why is this? Oh, I know why. Because I don't have the right bit of kit selected. I'm hoping. At the moment, this is not behaving as it should. And I should be able to refill it. Let's try that. There we go. 5,000 litres of diesel. Tractor is refueled. And start this up again. Right. Let's see what weeding contracts there are available for us today. I can only take one contract at the moment. There's a 2,160 and a 1,065. 2,160 we will accept. That is on field 10. Now, can I get this tractor to go to drive to there? No, that create job. And field 10, where are you? You're down here. There we go. So field work, set it on this top corner and start job. Wow. And it's found its way. Fantastic. Hopefully that's not going to get stuck. And with that away, we can get our N series Valtra hooked up to the rollers and go and roll in the field that we did yesterday. We do want to get the weeder onto this field once we've rolled it, because if we leave it to actually germinate, we will have weeds. Let's just roll that back up. And away we go. Yeah, this little tractor will be absolutely perfect for this. And part of the reason why I like using this on a fairly regular basis is this. Now, we've had a big debate recently about whether we actually need the S-Series Voltron here, which is a good question. And if we have a look, let's have a look at the value of that S-Series. Is it just a very big tractor that's kicking around? 122,421 is its current value. It's well above what we need on here, admittedly. So let's see what we could get. If we were looking at something comparable to our T7, wow. Yeah, that is very expensive. We would need something in the 120,000 pound range. That there, we're looking at getting another N series. We're looking at getting an M series, or even an M series Kubota at 170 horsepower, which is roughly what we'd need, is 143,000. So to be perfectly honest, we have a lot more horsepower and won't be able to replace it. Admittedly, we'd be replacing it with a new tractor, but it's not worth the money to do it. It really isn't. We'd end up with just a lot less horsepower spending the same money. Yes, it would be a newer tractor, but I like having the horsepower around. It's useful in some of the non-field work jobs that we do, like running the wood chipper when we need that. So yeah, I like having it around, and I think having it around is something that we probably want to do for a while longer. I think these little set of rollers are probably my favorite in-game rollers. They are very, very cool. I think these are a mod. These aren't base game. The base game roller selection is actually fairly thin on the ground. But I'm very pleased these came out really quickly after FS25's launch, because for a small farm, they are massively useful. I mean, just incredibly useful. And as a result, I'm able to very easily get my fields rolled after I've planted them. Now, something, as I was saying earlier, we are going to need to weed this field as well. If I just stop here quickly, you can see here that we have... Do we have weeds in here? I think we have weeds in here. That area owned... No, it's not telling me weeds at the moment, so I think we're all right for now. One of our contracts has finished, though, and that will be this one here, which I'm expecting to finish its job. There we go. So I'm going to send that tractor immediately over. We will get the second job done. That is down here. It's going to need to start at that point and start that job. That's on its way to that. And then our completed one, yeah, we can collect on that. Okay. Do we have any more hoeing contracts? No. We've got one outstanding weeding contract, so I will accept that contract and we can move the T7 onto that in a minute. I think this field needs to germinate before we actually get any kind of weed reading on here. So next month, while field 32 is being seeded, I think we'll run the weeder over here and get the weed sorted. We'll then be able to roll that field in as well straight after, and then the following month we'll get that weeded as well, just to stop the weeds from actually causing us any issues from us having to either get a hoe or a sprayer on them. Will make our lives just that little bit easier, I think. We probably need to do some weeding on, or not weeding. I think we need to do some fertilizing on the grapevines. So we'll need to sort that as well. Oh, there's so much still to do on the farm, and we need to get the last thing we need to get. So for our aim on this series, for finishing things off, we still need to get the bakery. So everything we're doing at the moment is trying to earn that money to get that bakery, which is I think it's about 150,000. So quite a way to go yet. But I think we can do that by the end of the year. Another contract has finished, and that is actually the hoe on 21. Any more hoeing contracts? Yes. So we got to wait for the contract on field 10 to complete. Once that's completed and we've got a slot freed up, we can go and grab this hoeing contract on 16, which is right next door, and set that tractor off doing that. And that weeding contract has now completed. Make sure I pick the right one. So we'll collect on that. We will accept that. Okay. Send our workers off. This is a bit like a farm management setup. Which field do we want this? So hoeing we want on 16, which is right next door to where that tractor is. So there, create job, position. I'm hoping this will make it across this bridge. And start job. This one here is the current tractor I'm in. This one here is the next one. Create job, and that wants to go to the other one. Where is that? Down here. There we go. Target position for that is here, and start job. Right, and yeah, that Puma has crossed the bridge successfully and is getting started. Field is, well, body of the field is done. Now we're just moving on to the headlands, cleaning up where we've been round on those, and yeah, we'll be done on this field in no time, and hopefully I'm gonna have enough fuel. Forgot to refill this tractor before I started this job. Not massively happy about that, but I at least I'm hoping I've got enough. It's not started beeping at me yet, which is a good sign. Finished the first headland, and the tractor is now beginning to beep at me. So we are running a bit low on fuel. Thankfully, we only have one headland to go. This is not fun to reverse this roller up. It does not roll up very easily, but if I could roll it in, so rolling into that corner so that we can just come straight off at that corner when we finish the second headland. Things are neatening up nicely. New item on sale in the shop. A cramp ram body? What's that? That's that. AS, yeah. Big trailer, Nox speed map mats. That is a front facing, yeah, that's a front facing mulcher. And then we got the 8RX. We've got an 8RX, and we've got a Bergman. So yeah, nothing of any great use to us at the moment in the sales. I think there might have been a grape harvester in there, but it was way beyond anything we could afford at the moment. Had it come a little bit more opportune time, I think I'd have jumped all over it. Yeah, it seems to have gone out of the sales now anyway, so not too much of a worry. Always nice to pick something like that up, but to be honest, we can lease it. Yes, with our current setup, it will cost us quite a bit to lease it, but leasing it is still a lot cheaper even than buying it secondhand. Last little bit on here, we're not in the red yet in the fuel, so that's good news. And I think next I need to come back and get rid of those destroyed bales. They are absolutely worthless. They'll probably go into the cows just as straight hay, but even then there's nothing of any value in them at all. So yeah, they're just gonna go in there to get rid of them rather than go in there to actually help our cows out. I think if I refill my tractors after I've finished a job, that would probably be a really good way to go. So we'll get this refueled before we drop off the rollers. No, like that. Turn that off. Refuel it. Yeah, even our big truck, even our T7 only took 300 liters then. Meanwhile, we've got another finished contract. This time it is the weeding contract on 23, so we can collect that. Okay, do we have another weeding contract? We do, over on 22, right next door, so we'll accept that. And then, yeah, we'll get our tractor moved over to there. So you create job. I create job there and start it. That might end up, I don't know which way that's going to drive. I would expect that to maybe drive across that road and then across the dotted line there. We shall see. Yeah, certainly looks like that's the way it's going. So because I left these bales out all winter, they've basically withered away to nothing. There's no useful hay in them at all. Kind of a waste of time coming in here and cutting these and everything. Yeah, look at that. 0% hay in these bales. That is horrible. So they're seeing as they are hay, what we'll do is we'll just stick them in with the cows. That will just make them disappear. They won't add anything to the cows or anything like that, but it means we can clear this field and get it cut. I think that field is actually ready to cut now, as we didn't cut it in November last year. So as a result, we might be able to get a cut in there today and get that all collected up. This year we're trying to do silage, although I don't think we actually need to. We could do hay. If I'm going to do hay, I'll hold off on that till next time. We'll do it in April, and that will actually work much better for us. But we'll clear these 4 bales off here today. Absolutely useless to us, and a note for the future: I need to get my bales into storage a lot quicker. Second set of bales with nothing in them. We'll just get these dropped off as well, and they literally, we take them up to the cow shed, drop them in like this, and they just disappear. But nothing goes into the cow shed from them because there's nothing usable. If we went and sold them, we'd just get nothing for them as well. So that is all good. Right, I want to check on the fertilizing state of my field. I think we're good for most of them. I think we might need to put another set of fertilizer on. Let's have a look. Fertilized our fields. Yeah, all of our fields are pretty even at the moment, which is great news. Possibly put a little bit of fertilizer on there. Oh, actually, Let's go spread some fertilizer through the vines. Can I get a muck spreader to do this? I would really like to have a muck spreader and try that out on the grapes. So grape, where are we? Here we go. Grapes and olives, grape tools, farm tech muck spreader. That is 32,500. But that would do the trick. That really would. As we have manure to spread. I really wish one. Let's lease one and give it a try. So I'm going to lease that for 1,657. Yes. Okay. And we'll take the N series here down to the shop. Pick that up. But I'm going to use my little grape or my little orchard tractor to actually get the manure spread. So here it is. Our little muck spreader. We're not producing a huge amount of manure from the cows, and so I think leasing this is probably a good way to go, because if the cows aren't producing a massive amount, then we won't have a massive amount to actually spread. Getting it over to the farm with this tractor makes sense though, because this tractor moves so much faster than the orchard tractor, and the orchard tractor is on tracks as well. So we're in a it would have taken us forever, and we're already 3:20 in the afternoon. So yeah, we want to get this back fast and get this stuff loaded up. We'll have to use the bucket for this. So we'll bring this in and over here. And the bucket's over with the silage. There's a fair amount of manure here, so we should be all right. Okay, that is there. Let's switch tractors and start getting this loaded up. Our weeding tractor has finished, so let's check on that. Weeding, we can collect on that. Any more weeding contracts? Yes, farmland 1 litre. Oh, it's all in the same area, which is fantastic, except that contract. And then again, we can select this tractor. We can create a job, set it up to do field 1 here. And away it goes. This little tractor actually has a decent top speed. I didn't think it would go that fast, but yeah, it does. Wow. Hook it up to that. Grab the bucket on our telehandler. And then we'll head over and fill it up. So somebody was asking me in my comments, how do you get this to produce manure? And I just put the I just put a load of straw in with my cows, and they started producing manure. There was nothing more to it for me than that. I don't know if other people have a different way of doing it, or have also had issues. But yeah. For me, it was as simple as just adding straw into the cowshed, and then the cowshed just started producing manure like this. As I said, not a massive amount of manure. It may depend on how many cows you have, possibly. But they're producing enough for me to be able to sort of just get this build up and trial this out. There we go. Not quite 2 full buckets off here. We will turn that off and leave that here. Jump into this, and then away we go. Let's give this a try and see if this works. The hoeing contract on field 16 has ended with 99% done. That is the problem with this. Oh god. Right, we do need to try and get this to complete. So this tractor is running out of fuel. There we go. Just a tiny little bit it still needed to do. Right, I think we're done though with this hoe for the day. Unless it's got a contract, a hoeing contract come up that is just really, really good. We'll collect that. Okay. Let's see. Is there a hoeing contract that's come up? Oh, there is. 14 just round the corner. Right. Okay. We'll accept the contract and we'll send it off to do that. These contracts are nice and close to each other, which is really helping. Create job into that corner there and get started. Perfect. Oh no, unreachable. Yeah, it's because we're on the road here. Thankfully, it is just round the corner and we can just come round like this and kick it off manually. That's fine. Right then, let's give this a start. Try. I don't know how wide this bit of kit is, so let's unfold the spreader. I'm gonna work on the idea that it will cover. Oh wow, it covers like this. That's so cool. Oh, I love this. So yeah, it's just spreading manure for the actual grapevines and does 2 rows at a time, so doesn't use massive amounts of manure either. So for the little bit that our cows are producing, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. What a fantastic little bit of kit. We are putting just enough manure on this to do it, and we're only putting it on the vines, so it's not a mad width or anything of it, and it is just doing the job fantastically. I'm blown away. I wish I'd used this before. This is just a great mix of getting the cows using their produce to make the farm better. I'm so happy. I am so happy right now. This has made a massive difference, and yeah, we need to probably outright buy one, because I don't know, you know what, we're not going to use it that often. We might just leave it hanging around the farm, because yeah, if we're using it less than an hour or so, or less than a couple hours each time, that makes sense. But yeah, there we go. Let's have a look at the status of that field then. Fertilized. It should be in rows, I think. Yeah, it is in rows, but those are the rows where it counts. That is very cool. I like that a lot. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a cracking little piece of kit. So there we are. The time is coming up to 6 o'clock. This has been a really good little leased item. We're not going to be using it very often, so I think we'll just keep it hanging around. But wow, that's brilliant. So our grapes are fertilized. We will probably put some more fertilizer on them later in the year, just so that we get the maximum we can out of it. We also have had hoeing and weeding contracts going all day that have just produced fantastically for us. And yeah, next time I think we're going to need to cut our grass, start collecting up silage for the year, and then after that, I think, oh yeah, we also need to plant sorghum next time as well. But for today, I think we're all done on the farm. I'm going to go and put this away. We need to get the chickens fed today. They've run out of food, so I'm going to start off with that here on Pallegney. We should have some sorghum perfect for this. We don't need a huge amount. Oh, actually, yeah, we don't even have a full bucket of sorghum, but they won't take all of this. There's not a massive amount of feed they need. We've got the weeding contracts finished, which is why the case is sitting in the yard waiting for that to be redeemed. So we'll get that. There we are. Wow, actually they took more of that than I expected. I'm hoping that's going to last me a few months. That has the stuff we put in there did last over the winter, so I'm hoping that we're going to be good into the new year. Well, into this year's harvest. We should be able to, because we got 6 months on here. Not a lot that the chickens are producing, and they are just keeping on going with stuff. We need to get this year's crop of sorghum in today, actually, so that's what we're going to be concentrating on our farm, getting that job done and getting that rolled in. And then we'll probably have some contracts going in the background. And in fact, we might see if there's any hoeing contracts going that we can send this case tractor off to. Meanwhile, let's have a look at what is complete on here. So we've got 2 hoeing contracts complete. This is the one that we've currently got the equipment on. So the more we can get this tractor earning, the better. We will collect on that one, though, and we will collect on this weeding contract. And then let's see what's active. Is there a hoeing contract? There is, over on 101. So we will accept that. And we'll send this case off to do that. So we'll get this started off. Oh, we could do with refilling this tractor. It was actually very close to empty last time. So we'll get this refueled. Hopefully we'll get a few hoeing contracts today we can send this round to. If we're lucky, we might be able to send it through to a weeding contract. However, we're going to need our N series weeding the oats today. Let's turn this off and refill this. There we go. And then once this is refueled, I'll send this off. In the meantime, yeah, I think, have we got any weeds actually showing at the moment? No, we've not got any weeds showing, but we definitely need to weed 88. That needs to have the weed to put over it. We need to go and cut some grass as well. We could do some more hay bales, especially after the failed stuff at the end of last year. And as I said, 32 needs seeding today. So there's a decent amount of work for us to do around our own farm and everywhere else as well. So I'll get this sent off and we can get to work on our own fields. We'll set this off to field 101. We should be able to place it there and start. I'm hoping it's just going to head out. Yep, that is heading out. And so I'm going to jump in our N series here and get this weeding the oats. If we can catch the oats now, we will have no weeds in there. If we leave it, we're going to end up with a whole field full of weeds we can't deal with. So it's always worth weeding the field before the weeds make an appearance. They might not be showing now, but I'll show you what the field itself says. They will germinate and they will grow very big, very fast. Being preemptive with the weeder definitely seems to be the better way to go. We've got an almost full tank of fuel on here, which is great. So that isn't going to cause us too much hassle. Bring this into here. So yeah, the oats are looking good. We're not destroying any as we drive on here, but you can see we should have weeds growing in here. It's not saying that to me. I am going to weed this field anyway. I think we might end up with weeds on here. So we'll let this weed that field and just make sure. It's going to use a little bit of fuel doing it, but yeah, I think it's worth preemptively weeding that field. Otherwise, we're going to have to get a hoe or we're going to have to get a sprayer, and I don't want to do either of those things. Meanwhile, our New Holland T7 will be perfect for doing the planting. Do you know what? I'm not going to use the T7. I am going to use the S series because it's the bigger tractor is what I should be using. There we go. And we will turn off. I need to turn off the New Holland. Having stuff running adds hours, uses fuel. It's not good. So we'll use the bigger one. Oh no, we can't plant the sorghum with this. We leased a planter last year. So let's have a look at this. How much to lease this? Per work hour is 1,000. Yes, let's lease that. Okay, we'll head to the shop and grab it. Need to check on our fertilization status on our fields. Yeah, everything needs fertilizing. We kind of want to do one lot of fertilization this month. So yeah, everything needs fertilizing as well. If I could clear all of this today, that would be great. I'd very much like to move on to May pretty quickly. We are nicely set up here. And up. We should be able to get another grass cut in June if we cut the grass today as well. So yeah, getting everything done is pretty important. We're gonna have to put some. We'll put some solid fertilizer in here as well, and that should mean that our field with the sorghum, we won't need to get that. We won't need to actually do anything with it. We won't need to spread anything on it, which will be fantastic. Get this all done in one shot, and that will save us a job. So let's bring this through here and park this up. My tractor's finished its task. I think that is the N series. I think the N series Vulture is done. That's good news. Right, we need a pallet of seeds. Yeah, big pallet of seeds. Let's get the small pallet of seeds out as well. And also want to grab a pallet of solid fertilizer. Anything else? Oh, wow, that's a small pallet of solid fertilizer. So yeah, we're gonna need the wow, we've got a small pallet of seeds as well. We're gonna need the telehandler to load in the fertilizer. The seeds though should be all good. So let's go switch over to our forks, and then we can get this loaded up. In goes fertilizer. This is the larger amount in this one, and refill the seeds. Wow, it does not take very many, this. Right, that onto the field, and away we go. Hopefully we can get this in before the rain arrives. Meanwhile, our N-Series Vulture has indeed finished. I might send this off to go and do some weeding contracts if there are any available. Because I think that would be more useful to us. At least until the roller, until we need to start rolling our field of sorghum. So we'll send this off. We'll see what there is, and hopefully we can earn a bit of cash with it. There are 2 weeding contracts. Oh wow, there's a massive weeding contract on 59. We will accept that. Our little weeder might end up spending all day doing this. So let's select it. Create job, field 59. That is going to want to, yeah, start there. So set our target position of there and start job. Hopefully it can find its way over there. Yeah, that's off. Perfect. Away it goes. And we'll just leave that doing. I'm hoping there's enough fuel in that tractor to get that job done. And that just leaves the New Holland, and this will be perfect for us to go and do some fertilizer spreading with, and basically finish off the rest of the farm, which would be brilliant. Although I don't think we have any. I think we have a tiny bit of solid fertilizer left. I think otherwise all our solid fertilizer has already gone out on the planter. Let's see, there is, yeah, 328 liters of solid fertilizer here. So we'll load that up, and then I think we'll head down to the shop with this and go and grab another pallet of it, and that way, or another big bag, that way we will have a nice full spreader and can get the whole, well, get as much done as possible before the end of today. The hoe has finished on field 101, so let's collect that. Okay. Has another hoeing contract appeared? No, it hasn't. So as a result, I think we can complete the one on 21 and take our losses there. Meanwhile, is there... Oh, now a hoeing contract appears. What else have we got? Have we got anything else that will do us well? Not really. I think taking this hoeing contract, yes, we're going to get hit a bit by it, unfortunately, but it is kind of the best option out there. So we'll borrow the money or borrow the items on that. I want to get this all hooked up. So this is only going to be worth 2.5 grand. And it would have been useful to have had the contract that cost us money. But I think it wouldn't give us another hoeing contract until I'd completed that one. There we go. Right, we'll send this off. So this is heading to field up here. Yeah, there we go, 78. So we'll start it off at that corner there and start the job. We actually had a decent amount of fertilizer in this spread already, so that's good news. Will this destroy crop? Yes. Okay, so we need to go and put some care wheels on it because yeah, we can't get this spread on here without putting some care wheels on. So into our workshop. We also need to refill this as well, customize this, and I'm hoping narrow twins, rear twins, narrow tires. There we go. Customize that. It's going to cost us 1,000 to do it. Okay. But we can then hook everything back up, start it up, lift it all. There we go. And we'll then head into the field and get this spread. And we'll hopefully be all good. So we need 15 meter width on this because we're only doing it at 15. And we go. 15 takes us up to here. There we are, 15 meters. Perfect. Okay. So over to this. Heck, we got 15 meters on here. Yes, we have. And do that. Oh, just as the rain starts coming, but that's okay. We'll be fine. And I'm gonna go round this this island from the other side so that we know we're gonna get the best coverage. Just duck inside here like so. Bring this round, do our coverage around here, and this should mean that we have no issues going forwards with coverage on this bit of field. Got a few patches. I think we must add some hail at some point because there are a few dead patches all over this, although actually that could be drought or that could be anything actually with what we're running, which is quite nice. I like the fact that no field is perfect. You are going to have spots where crop doesn't survive, and yeah, no field you're ever going to get a 100% amount. In fact, we probably want to start looking at how much moisture is on this field as well, which we can't see at the moment. We'll have to have a look once we've got this field finished. Headland is done, and we are now winding our way back around, making sure that we get the rest of this field covered. This bit of the field is always a little bit odd. This little section here, very tight, slightly difficult to get around if you're not careful. But we seem to be doing an all right job. I think we've got things covered fairly well. There are definitely more patches in this field than I would like. I think we need to look at how we're doing the moisture. We might need to get a sprayer in order to make sure our moisture levels stay where they should be. Because at the moment, I am not 100% convinced that our moisture is good. I'm going to cover that bit there, make sure that everything's done. Let's see what our coverage is like so far. Like our seeder is doing a good job. Our planter, I should say. Fertilized. Oh, I missed a spot there. And yeah, we're a little bit all over the place and we got some clearing up to do, but I think we're fine. I think we're doing okay. Once we get into the main body of this field, it's absolutely fine. It's that first bit that is always not too sure of. Not missed a bit in that corner, have we? Nope, we're good. Right, round we go. Yeah, shouldn't be missing anything. Should be covering things fairly nicely. But still got a missed bit in that corner. That is interesting. Oh, wow. And a missed bit over there. Yeah, I've got a lot of clearing up to do. So this is our last row. We've still got 71% left. So that's really good. I'm quite happy with that. We have got a few missed spots I need to go and deal with. There's one down the far end. Let's just have a quick look at these. Yeah, we've got some bits up the top end here. We've got some bits down the bottom. So we're going to clear the bits down the bottom, and then we'll come up here and we'll do this row here where we've missed most of it and clear things up. Actually, I think we'll clear this up first, and then we will head back down the other end with that row that I've completely missed out for some reason. And we will we'll get this field finished. In fact, yeah, is that the row I've completely missed? That is the row I've completely missed right here. So we'll get onto that, clear this up, and then we'll have the rest of this field done in no time. And it looks like the sky's brightening up, so maybe this rain will end. We're all done. Right. So field has got pretty good coverage. There's a couple of dots in a few places, but otherwise we're good. Looks like our S-Series is about to finish over there, so we'll be wanting to get the roller on in this in a minute. First, though, I'm going to head down and get the oats, get some fertilizer on them so that we can do that. And actually, that should set us up very nicely. Next time, we might actually end up being able to get the grass done and do some hay late April. First, though, one of our tractors has finished work. So which one is it? That is still going, and I expect that to be going for a while. So the other one is the one up here on field 78. So that contract, hoeing contract, is completed. There is another hoeing contract, so we will accept that. And that is on 44. So we'll take this tractor, create job, doing it over on 44, which is down by the shop. Should have no problem getting to that. So start job. Meanwhile, we'll get into here and get this headland done. And go around this field. Now, with the way this works, if you've got a sharp corner like this, you really want to maneuver around it carefully to make sure you get full coverage. Otherwise, you get bits that are missed. I think I've got a bit along the edge I've just done that has probably got missed. I head over to the composition here and we go and have a look. Where are we? We're down here. Yeah, you can see where I had to swing out to come around this corner here and missed a bit on the inside. And also where I sort of swung round there. So I'm gonna have to go and fix that. But it's really interesting because that's how not maneuvering fully on those sections can affect it. Like for here, I'm gonna miss a bit now unless I actually go back, reset my GPS, and then turn it on. But even here, that back bit, you can see it swinging out and not hitting all of the edge. It throws out the back of this so far that causes an issue for us. Grass field is actually looking quite well. I don't know if our yield is going to be affected by it. What's our moisture content like in here? Moisture content is, yeah, we don't have enough moisture in these oats. Moisture content again here is too low. I'm hoping this rain is going to change things, and that otherwise we are going to have to go and get a sprayer and get some water on these fields, because it is just way too dry to get a good yield out, and we're going to end up with patches like we've got in the wheat. Rain has finished and the sun is coming out. Oh, that's the mistake. Gotta back that up a little bit. If I don't get the full length of here, then we'll end up with something to have to clean up. I'm trying to avoid all of that. So start that off there again, and we're good. Let's just check that. Yeah, I managed to not miss anything there, so happy with that. Oh, getting this to cover as much as possible, that can be quite hard. So nice that the sun's come out now. It's going to make our job an awful lot easier. I'm really hoping the levels of moisture are good. I could really do with a moisture status kind of map. It's the realistic weather is very nice, but trying to tell whether I need water on a field or not is not easy. And we could do with a decent amount of water on our fields, I think, to make things work as they should. But we don't go into the river, and that all back on. Yeah, rain has fully stopped now, and it's 2:30, so we're going to have this job finished fairly soon. That should mean we can get this tractor on the roller today, and get that. Get the sorghum rolled in, which will be fantastic. And we're finally running out of fuel. Let's see, where have we got to get fixed on here? A spot down the bottom, a couple of bits elsewhere. We've got a spot down here. Just want to come along this bit here. We then got a spot up on this corner up here. Yep. And a bit further out. We've got a bit there, got a bit coming around here, and yeah, sometimes you have to snake around like this. Then a bit up north of this bit here. I hope that's got it. Yeah, that got it. And then just a bit up the headland here. So that is this field all done, and I'm hoping now we can just get our sorghum rolled in, and I think we'll be ready. I think that's us almost prepared for harvest, which means we'll get one more cut of grass done. Maybe two, and then we'll head into the harvest for the year. I'm gonna drop this off and just go in the middle of this shed here, like so, and we'll get fatter wheels on. Don't really want to be rolling with care wheels on the tractor. Get this refueled, and we'll get this out on the roller. Meanwhile, I want to get this moved out the way. We want to get it unloaded, our planter unloaded. We don't have a pressure washer, so I can't wash it. But basically, we'll lose a little bit of money returning it because of that. Right, let's drop this off here. So drop those out. And then we'll return this. Do I actually have the style pressure washer in here? Let's go with miscellaneous. We do have the style pressure washer on here. Can I place it on the farm rather than having to go to the shop to buy it? Let's see. We want tools. Yes, we can. Perfect. Right, I'm going to place that right here by my sheds. We will not worry about that, and go like that, and that way we can now clean this off before we return it. And we won't have to pay a washing cost if we do that, which will be perfect. Actually, I can turn this tractor off as well. I have a feeling that that counts towards its... I don't know if it counts towards its usage hours, if it's not actually doing any seeding. Right, that is done. If one of those came up for sale, we would be all over that. So, Amazon, there it is. We want to return that. Yes, okay. And, yeah, we get nearly £1,000 back for that. And now with this refueled, we can hook up our rollers, which are just over here, and get this field rolled in. And I'll get my telehandler out. So we'll get we'll use a hired worker to do this. Meanwhile, the hoeing contract is done, so we can collect the one that won't return the equipment. And then we'll see if there's another one available. A couple of mowing contracts. Yeah, so no more hoeing contracts. So we're done hoeing for the day. Collect that. Okay. 59 is 52% of the way through. That's a big contract, that one. I don't think there's anything particularly else. There's a very large ploughing contract. We could just leave that going, actually. I think that for 17,000 is probably worth leaving going. Rice bags, beetroot, peas. That's a lot of peas. Cotton, and yeah, nothing there. And yeah, there is another weeding contract. So we are going to, as we have a couple of days for it, borrow the items on this. And we'll set that ploughing contract going off on 76 as well. I think both this and the weeding contract are going to end up taking until the end of the next day. So we'll be able to use the New Holland to go and do some hay next time. I think that will be perfect. And then we're probably looking at trying to get as close to harvest as is reasonable, because that's where we're getting to. We still need to purchase the bakery and output some bread. So that is our aim over about the next 5 episodes, to earn enough money to get that done. Should be able to. We might be able to sell some flour prior to that as well, because we'll be able to put more of our crops through the windmill this harvest. And I think that will bring us in a nice little bit of cash as well. But we need to get this started on the field over here. Next crossroads. And I think this field is big enough that a hired worker should be able to handle this. So, big 9R. Let's get it going. Hired worker. Good luck. Get it ploughed for me. Now I just need to clean up some bits around the yard. We've got a couple of pallets kicking about. We've got some seeds. We've got some fertilizer here. None of this is stuff we're going to be using. So let's pull in those. We'll be able to get this back into our storage area without any hassle. Let's bring this up, and then we can see where we're placing it all. We do have a few seeds up here already. Yeah, a planter is something I'd like, and a harvester is also something I'd like for our grapes. We need a grape harvester, and we could do with a planter, because of course we're having to lease one every year at the moment to do the sorghum. Right, and into here. I think coming the other way into that fertilizer be a wise choice. And so now I'm beginning to contemplate what equipment and everything I'm going to be using on my next map as we're coming towards the end of this series. Yeah, I want to be like that. Let's use the raised bits on this. We're gonna be on Oak Bridge next, and that is we'll be getting it stuck into that this week, I think. Absolutely cracking map. Really looking forward to it. We've got about 2 million, I think, left over from what we had on Huiten Pantai. Plus, we're gonna have a £1 million loan on top. And my hope is that we're gonna be able to. Oh, let's give this a wash. We're gonna be able to get our farm all set up and be in a good place. We might divide up the big main field on that map, and I think we're going to hire a combine harvester early on for it as well, and sort of try initially running it on 2 or 3 tractors. So I think it's going to be an interesting start on there. Let me know what tractors you think would fit that well. I know a couple of tractors I think I'm going to use. I'm hoping that we might not have to get them brand new. But, yeah, we'll see what comes up. It might surprise us, just like this map has with these Ultras. And with that all sorted, we can take over the rolling here on this field and get this done now. That will work much better for us, not spending money trying to get all this done. And I'll go alternate rows with this because it's just an easier turning circle, even though the hired worker obviously went every single row. And this last row here, we need to head further out to come back in to line up because we're going the row next door. But that's okay. We are doing well. We are going to have this finished today, I think. That finishes off the rolling of this field. Perfect. What a great way to round out the day. We've still got quite a way to go on both the ploughing and the weeding, but there's an entire day left in April. So we'll get those jobs done. Today we are going to be doing some mowing. We've got, I think, 1 cut that we can do down on our down on the bottom field. I kind of want to make hay out of it. Originally my plan was this year to be making silage, but I think we've got more than enough silage left to feed the cows. Yeah, look at that. That is a nice full set there. We've got a few hay bales. Will it tell me? Yeah, we've got 38 hay bales still. So I think we'll go make some more hay bales. We had that bit of disaster at the end of last year where we forgot to go and collect up our hay bales. So we want to avoid that this time. And if we can get this all turned around today, that would be fantastic. After this, really, we're looking at heading towards harvest. Although I would still very much like to get the bakery. We might have to sell off the flour for that. Just having a look at our price setup here. If we have a look at the flour we've got, we have 60. If we sold it in January, we'd have 76. We could sell off a load of flour and get 64,000 off that. That still wouldn't be enough for us to get the bakery and start producing some bread. And of course, we'd have sold off the flour that we were looking to use for that. So yeah, I think we're gonna keep going on with the contracts for the moment and getting those done. And in the meantime, we're gonna get this field cut and get some hay off here. Don't know what it's gonna be like. How is the level of moisture? The level of moisture is low on here. We seem to have a moisture problem in general on the farm. We could really do with probably getting a sprayer and irrigating things a little bit. Right, let's bring this out. Now, I'm not using my N series from this, which I would normally do, and that is because that is actually outdoing the weeding contract on field 59 at the moment. That's left over from the previous day. I think I got that first row ever so slightly wrong. Let's realign ourselves. And down and on. Yeah, there we go. Just missing a tiny bit on the inside. And yeah, so that's doing that. That is a very well-paying weeding contract. We want to keep those contracts going. The ploughing contract we've got going as well is a very well-paying ploughing contract. So we want to keep that on as well. And then hopefully we will, if we do a few contracts over the next few months, get enough to get that bakery in the next few episodes and finish things off, because that's where we're headed before we head off to Oak Bridge for our long delayed series on that map. Look at this. This is just bending and twisting and turning around here so weirdly. It's such an odd shaped field, this, and this is why this is the grass field and we didn't extend the arable field that we did in the top half of 88 down to this bottom section. First headland done. We'll turn around and drive on the mown part to get the outer bit done. So trying to keep this again a little bit realistic. And we go and round, and then yeah, we'll start moving across this field and get the rest of it cut. Should get tethered fairly quickly. Looks fairly dry already. I don't know if actually we're not cutting this straight into hay. That kind of is what it looks like. Will it tell me what I've got here? No, it says needs tedding, yes. So yeah, this does need tedding. It's dry, but it's not that dry, which is one of the things that this mod will do. Grass will dry out. You can leave it in the field and it'll dry out, or you can ted it and it will dry it. So we're going to ted it. We're looking for a quick turnaround, and we're not going to get that if we don't get the tedder on this. And that should be fairly simple to do anyway. So not like something we haven't done before. Once we get into this inner headland here, much easier not to activate the GPS. Just try and follow it as best possible. It ends up getting way too fiddly, and you end up driving into areas where realistically you wouldn't drive into. You're trying not to drive on the crop, and so I'm just letting it flow through for the most part. Right, and then we're going to need to open up the middle of this field, so there'll be a little bit of driving on the grass, but I think we'll be all right. Yeah, oh, actually this field, I'm going to ignore the GPS on this. Let's turn the lines off. I think we can just better off just getting this cut the best we can, and doing it that way rather than just messing around with this all the time. It would be much more efficient. So in ignoring the GPS, we've been able to do a much more favorable way of cutting the grass, where we don't end up just driving over it all the time, and as a result it's just, yeah, become a much more efficient, although slightly more irregular way of cutting it. It's worked out very nicely. I'm slowly sort of getting rid of the corner that we've got that comes in there. That then makes us a lot straighter and a lot easier to go down that, and that then gives us this angle really that this field should be cut at, which is good to know going forwards because it just straightens things out. I think this is fairly close though to the actual GPS course, as you can see. It just has trouble dealing with that top section. Right, and then down. And that's cleared things up fairly quickly. We'll come in and we'll get this tethered, rowed and baled. We're done on the cutting before 10 o'clock. That is fantastic. The weeder is done. It's just finishing off the last little bit of here. Oh, and this is completely out of fuel. if I take the hired worker off this, yeah, we're going to have to go up here and get some fuel because that's not great. We've got a similar problem, actually, with this. So I think we had probably best stop this hired worker, fold this up, and get this back to the farm for some fuel before it continues. Because that is concerning, to put it mildly. Yeah, the N series did manage to do that giant field, which is great. This running out of fuel is not going to be great. I'm hoping it can get out of the farmyard and back up to that field. In fact, here is some fuel. Fantastic. Perfect. Right, let's refill this. That's much better. As for the N series, we'll get our truck moving here. And we'll take the fuel bowser up there. I think there's some fuel still in it. That will allow us to get that done. It's rather worrying, actually, that that tractor has done 19% of that contract and we're having to refuel it. That is not good news. That is not good news at all. Right, where is our N series? Our N series is way over... Oh, there it is, over by 102. So we'll head up there and we'll get it refueled. There is a little bit of diesel in here. That should be enough to get it home. 2,212 in fuel costs to refuel that tractor. It's a good thing that that's such a well-paying contract. That ploughing contract, because otherwise that would just be appallingly bad. So up the top corner here, there it is. I think it's on this side. So open this up. Yeah, there we go, and refuel that. And while that's refueling, we can get this moving again, and we'll head out. Man, very worrying how much fuel this is used for so little of this job. If we have to refuel this tractor 3 times, that is going to be very bad for us. Very bad. It will end up with us having... Well, it ends up with us costing about 10,000 to do this job just in fuel. And that is very, very worrying. I think we want to go and fill up the fuel bowser and keep that on standby down this way to keep this contract running. But yeah, that's not great. Okay, let's bring this to here and we will set it off again. Hopefully that's got someone going. Yes, it has. Right, so you can get on with it. I think this might be filled. No, it's not, but it's got a load in it. So let's see if there are any contracts we can send this to do. Have we got any weeding contracts? We do. There's one on 64, which is not too far away as well. That's perfect. So we will accept that contract. We will select our current tractor. We will create job. And I want it to go to here. Start job. That is the wrong piece of equipment. Yeah, let's cancel that job. This tractor here, please. Create job. Field work. Destination is here. There we go. And start job. Right. That is now going off to do that job. We've got to get this back because we want to go and refill this trailer, I think, with fuel. I think that is going to be very useful for us to do that. We've got a fuel tank back at the farm, but we've got lots of stuff that is going out and doing things at the moment. So we'll pull into the gas station here and fill up the tank. Should be enough money there to do that, I think. Yeah, there we are. And in the meantime, I want to collect on the weeding contract here for 12,000. The ploughing contract, gosh, 17,000. That could end up costing us. Let's collect that. Okay. And that means that we should be able to pick up another contract. And not really worth as much as I was hoping those were going to be. No. There's not a lot of value there. 700, yeah. I think we'll leave them for now, and we'll see where we get to. Meanwhile, I've switched my tedder. Well, I've switched my mower for a tedder, and we can now get this field started. Let's unfold it. Start it up. Drop it down, and yeah, away we go. Get this field tethered up in no time. Although, well, not a huge amount of difference between our slightly dry grass and our tethered hay. It's not the easiest difference to see on here. The tedder actually has a much more reasonable GPS course, so I'm following that around here, especially with the slightly more difficult, the slightly increased difficulty in seeing where we've been versus where we're going. So I'm happy with this. Yeah, it doesn't require fiddling around quite so much. Interesting that there's that green line sitting there. Not sure what that is all about. Yeah, just sort of sitting in the middle of the field there. Down that. Across here. Yeah, I'm not on that line, so I don't know what that extra line is about there at all. Yeah, this tractor is overkill for this job. But as I said, the other tractor, we've got the N series, which I'd normally have doing this. That is currently up doing, earning us some extra cash, which is great. I'm hoping that it is going to be enough because we're already down to 28,000. We've got our truck sitting over at the fuel station, having filled up with fuel in our fuel trailer, so that is all useful. It is just waiting now for if that plow needs to be refueled. I don't know how well that plow's going to do today. It's at 21%. I think that field, because it has a pylon in the middle, is actually a little bit fiddly, and as a result it's going to cause it a bit of problems with that giant plow sort of maneuvering around it. But at the same time, I wouldn't want a smaller plow on there. One more row, and then that is this field all tethered, and we just need to go and get it windrowed up. There we are. Right, so turn that off, fold it up, we'll head back up, and yeah, neither of our other two fields are anywhere near finished. And so back down with the windrower, we'll unfold that here. Let's get the steering assist on. Okay. That down, on, and away we go. That way we can get that little bit right at the edge of the field there on the way in. That then leads us into the field with the baler very nicely. Drying up fairly well. There seems to be a fair amount of hay here, which is good because we only got 4 bales off this field last time. I would like to get quite a few more off here. That would be very, very helpful, I think. We would take it up, well, if we got 4, I think we'd go over 40 bales, which would be a nice amount to have. Any less than that and it would be a problem, but there's more than 4 bales worth here. We know there's more than 4 bales worth here, because 4 bales was a very small amount for this field. We've had up to 8 bales off here, so that should be sort of the number we're aiming for. If I can get some fertilizer of some description down here, before our next cut. I will do. I don't think our next cut will be till the autumn anyway. We've got a lot to do on here, and I really want to crack on towards harvest because all of our fields are ready. The only stuff we really have to do between now and harvest is sort of haymaking and stuff like that. So I think we would benefit from moving forwards to the harvest itself, and this is that kind of makes this our last time that we're doing this job. Right, hold that up. Let's go get the baler and see exactly how many bales we're going to get off this. I don't know how much net we've got left in here. I'm hoping it's going to be enough to get this job complete. Not a huge amount. Oh, we want to go the other way. Otherwise, we're going to push our plow round. I actually need to move the plow out of this area. It should really be round in the rest of the implements. I'm kind of using this area now for stuff related to our grass work, and the plow doesn't really fit there, and there is space for it, I think, down here. We can probably put our grape stuff in that shed as well. But yeah, there's not a huge amount of round bale net left. I think I might have some in storage, so if we do run out, we can run back to the farm and refill it. But with any luck, there is enough just in this baler to finish off this field. Slightly bumpy track on the way down here. Trying not to go into the river. I kind of like having left this path as rather a mud track rather than a path that's just been paved and everything. Kind of fits the fact that this is just a meadow that it leads down to at the bottom here. Right, down and away we go. Nothing in the baler. Oh. Let's reset the bale counter. There we go. Like our other stuff is doing fine. Right, let's see how many bales we get off here. First bale coming out at just over halfway round. So that's a decent start. If that holds, we should get 3 bales off the headlands. Whether we'll get 5 once we hit the main body of the field, I don't know. That's, yeah, this is not going to be much more than the 4 we got off here last time. If that's the case, it'll be fairly quick to collect them up with the telehandler today. Round we go. And pick this back up here. I'm going to go around the same way with the baler that I windrowed it. That hopefully should make it easier for me. Although down the bottom end, yeah, things kind of got merged a bit. The second bale coming out just as we're into the second headland. And there. Yeah. I'm not sure we're going to get more than 4 bales off here. Bale number 3 is almost out. There's, wow, just 2 rows left here. So it's not even going to be 4 bales. I need to work out what's going wrong down here. I think fertilizer is an absolute must. We need to get this fertilized. I also get the feeling that we do not have enough water on this field. So I need to make sure the moisture level is good, and I need to make sure that the fertilizer level is good, because yeah, we're just producing less. Well, we're producing less than 4 bales off this field. Last little bit. Are we even going to hit 50% on this last bale? I don't think we're going to. I think that's going to hit maybe 38%, 39%. That's not even 40% of a bale. Wow, that is bad. Right, turn that off. Empty it out. Like so. And yeah, we'll go and get the telehandler, get these collected up, and get them off the field. I think this is the problem with this field, is that it's having to work its way round this giant hole in the middle, and you can see it's not done badly as to how much of the field it's done, but it is having to do a lot of maneuvers to get things right. It's still got a fair amount of fuel in it, but it is only a third of the way through the field. I think we'll have to let this go well into the evening and have that finish by tomorrow. Meanwhile, our weeder is doing okay. I think that is about to hit the headlands, so that should be finished by the end of today. Meanwhile, this trip won't take us very long. A couple of journeys with some bales here, and we'll have them all collected up. Yeah, three and a third bales, basically. 3 and 2/5 bales. Not a great haul off here. One, if we leave them on the spikes, so if we just do 2 at a time, that'll make things easier. They'll go straight up and in without any issues. Right, let's get these back up to the farm then. We'll drop these into our bale storage over here. So, perfect. Now we'll go just grab the other 2. Should have done this last time. Absolutely should have done this last time. I'd have had 4 more bales in here. Well, 3 and a bit more bales in here than I have now. Those other ones were just absolutely pointless. There we are. 2 bales picked up, and we'll get them back up to the farm as well, and then we can unload these this way too, and that is the job done for the day. I'm very pleased with that. That has been successful. Not quite successful as I would have liked, but we at the very least got that field cut and got it tethered and created some bales from it, so very happy with that. Wish I could have had more bales from it, but that is kind of the way things go. We'll get our contracts sorted and get them finished off overnight. That should bring us in a nice little bit more. We have an explosion of weeds in our sorghum field here. You can see them absolutely everywhere. But on top of that, if we have a look at the moisture levels in these fields, it's really bad. I mean, we're down to like 2%. So my main jobs today that we need to get done is we're going to have to get this field weeded. Thankfully, I think we should be able to handle these weeds with our weeder and won't need to get a hoe on it, which will be great. But we'll see how this goes. And then we're going to have to get a sprayer and get some water on all of our fields, because all of them are having trouble at the moment. So if we zoom out here, are we getting all of these weeds? Don't think we are. I think we've got a couple. Yeah, looking at this, there are some dark patches of weeds in here. So ideally, we are going to have to get a hoe on this field. Otherwise, we're not going to clear all of the weeds, which is annoying. I would very much like to have had all the weeds sorted on here. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. Yeah, I can see behind me now. We're clearing off a lot of the weeds, but we're going to be left with quite a few in this field. It's whether getting rid of those extra weeds are actually going to have a big enough effect for us on here. So let's get this field weeded. Let's see where we are, and from there we can then decide if we actually need a hoe or whether we will be better off just leaving them where they are and saving ourselves the cash. So I've gone around the headland, and let's see how that looks. Yeah, that does not look very different. I think we're going to have to get a hoe on here. It's not... we still have quite a lot of weeds, and that's slightly annoying. How much is our weeder worth? Let's have a look. Where is it? It's the Goronic. Here we go. The Goronic puller. So that is only worth 2,100. I really should try and get this. I did try and get this over the fields before they sprouted, but it wasn't good enough. And you can see here we've got no weeds on either of our other two fields because we did both of those. But this field here has a really odd look to it with the weeds. Now, a hoe is probably going to be fairly expensive, and we might have to lease one just to run. Let's see if we can find that. There we go. Weeders. So the Pottinger Rotocare, that is going to cost 36,000 to buy. But if we were to lease it, it costs us 1,836, but we'd get 720 of that back. So we should, that won't cost us that much. I just need to make sure that I go over these fields with the weeder. Even if it says there are no weeds growing after I plant it, just go over it with the weeder, clear it out, and that way I should avoid this situation. But we're going to head up to the shop and go and get a weeder, or go and get a hoe on this. Before we do that, though, the plow finished from last time. This is our plow from our plowing contract. We also finished off the weeding contract that we had with the N series. So let's complete both of those. That's about 20,000 off these two, so not bad at all. Collect that. Yes, perfect. There are some hoeing contracts kicking around today that would actually pay for stuff, and a weeding contract too. So I think what we'll do is we'll see if we can get the weeding contracts, or one of the weeding contracts, done with the hoe as well. That would be great. So let's borrow items for this contract. Let's accept that contract. And then I'm also going to accept that contract on 18 as well. Okay. And then we'll head up to the shop in the N series. We'll get that other tractor out and we'll grab ourselves a hoe to go and do our own jobs. We could possibly have got the hoe to do with this, but to be honest, yeah, it would have put a lot of money onto that hoe use, and I really want to kind of avoid that. I must remember to refuel this tractor when we get back to the farm, otherwise I'm gonna have an issue. Right, so let's connect this up. So start up the tractor. We're then gonna hook this all up. Shouldn't take me very long. Kind of wish it all came hooked up, but you know, that's not quite how it goes. Then you could immediately send out with a hired worker to go and do this job. We might need to use our bigger tractor actually on this. We'll have a look when we get back. Right, so 18, 54, and 48. 48, I'm going to send it to 18 first. That's not too far. Oh, no, that's the other side of where we are. But I want to make sure it can actually do that contract. So select this tractor, create job, field work. And then 18 is over here. Access to it is a pain in the butt. Okay, that is probably going to have an issue. There is where the access is. Yeah, target is unreachable. Right, we'll go clear this up ourselves later. For now, I'm going to get it started on 48 and get some money rolling in. Meanwhile, we're going to head into the shop and grab ourselves a hoe. Into here, and horsepower requirement on this is 160. I think that is more than our tractor can do. That's all right. We can put it on the New Holland if that's the case. Let's have a look at our Vulture here. 145. So yes, it is going to have to go on the New Holland. We'll switch things back when we get back. And then, yeah, we need to get a sprayer. We probably want to put a sprayer on this, actually. So we could get the New Holland working with this on a hired worker, and then we'll head back up here, grab a sprayer, and start getting some water onto our fields, because irrigation is going to be very important today. Bring this back into the farm here and just drop it off in this yard, because this tractor will not be able to handle it. Right, I want to leave the care wheels on this tractor because we are going to be sticking a sprayer on it in a minute. Meanwhile, we'll go grab the New Holland over here, start this up. And this needs refueling as well. Yeah, tractors always need refueling at the start of the day with the mods we're running on here. Which is basically the idea of it, is that I need to refuel my tractors on a regular basis. Customize this. We can put the narrow tires on it. So customize that. Won't cost us anything because we've done that before. I want to hook back up our weight. Lift that up. Right. Let's hook this up to the hoe and get rid of these. This will mean that we end up making a little bit more money off these. I'm just hoping that it's going to be enough money to have made leasing this bit of kit worth it. Otherwise, I'm really not sure about it. Right. Stop that there. Refuel the tractor. And with that done, we can start it up and turn it around. Get it on the field directly behind us. Yeah, very, very annoying that we've had to get this. This is why I always say, you know, grab yourself a hoe. It will pay for itself because you can just send your tractor then off and doing contracts with it. And at the same time, you're going to deal with any weeds that might appear on your farm really, really easily. So back to the shop now in our Valtra. I'm going to get this refueled first, and yeah, I'll meet you back down at the shop, and we'll get something to irrigate our fields with. Now again, up here, I think we're going to lease something for today's use. Otherwise, I think we're going to spend money through the nose. Yeah, because it's 30,000, 35,000 if I bought the sprayer. Let's get this then. What is the least cost of this going to be? Fairly cheap for what we're doing, so that's perfect. Let's get somebody on the license plate. And congratulations to Galcomp Gamer. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons, YouTube channel members, and Twitch subscribers, and your name is going on the number plate. So that's Galcomp Gamer there, dropping the O, the A, and the E to make it fit. And okay there. So just check that is on the back. So we will lease that. Yes. Okay. And then to go with that, we're also going to add a front tank, and we need somebody else for the number plate for that. And in this case, it's going to Sodus. Congratulations, you've been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons, YouTube channel members, and Twitch subscribers, and your name is going on the front of our sprayer. So okay, that where does that come on? Has that, it says a license plate for it, back only, front and back. Okay, there we go, that's in there. In fact, I'm gonna alter that slightly so that fits on that plate a little bit better. Like that should work better. There we go. Yeah, don't know why it's saying the back, because there is no back, but yeah, front, perfect. So we'll lease that too. And there we go. Oh, we have rain. We also have rain coming down. We're going to be adding a lot of moisture to our crops today. This is, yeah, I don't think this rain is going to last very long. Let's have a look. Oh, no, it's going to last the rest of the day. So we're going to irrigate when we've also got rain coming down. But the water level is so low in our crop. I think that this is something that is very reasonable for us to do, even if it is a little bit mad. Let's have a look, actually, now that we're back here. Moisture level on the crop is going up. Definitely going up. Perfect moisture is 13.24. Current yield is also going up at the moment. Moisture retention is 27%. Yeah, I think the crops need doing as well. So let's head down to the river and see if we can get some water in these tanks and just help things out a little bit. I think the crops definitely could do with it. On the plus side, look at that field. No weeds in there at all now. That is looking much tidier. So down to the river. Let's see if dipping the front tank in here refills it. No? No, I can't refill this from the river. Oh, hang on. Let's select the right bit of kit. No, still can't refill this from the river. That's slightly annoying. I think this may have been a big mistake. We do have a water source around here actually, and it's not quite on my land, so I don't know if I can use it, but it's on something that until recently was my land. So I'm very intrigued to see if this will work. But there's a water pump down the bottom end here. So let's see if we can refill from this. Yeah, there we go. And that doesn't cost us anything because it's a water pump from the river, which is even better. Yeah, I really would like to make a roadway down to the bottom here. And I'd love to incorporate this field into the farm, this grass field here. I think that would be very useful for us. It wouldn't be much use as an arable field, but I think it'd be quite useful as a grass field. And I might be able to put a road around the back here, up the edge of this field here, if I owned this one as well, and do that. But yeah, at the moment, let's see if we can just get this to work. Right, so we're going to get this sprayed in the rain. This is not the brightest thing. But with any luck, our crop will go up. Let's do a quick experiment in this corner. So this corner, our moisture level is 2.442. Our withering chance is fairly low. Our current yield is 97.5. Go forwards and start it. Look at the speed that is emptying that water. There is no way I can irrigate with this. No way at all. And I'm willing to bet that if I go and check this patch now, that has had no effect whatsoever. This was a massive mistake. What an absolute... That's nuts. Right, let's get this washed and returned then. Oh, I've managed to mistakenly unfold it again. Yeah, we don't need this. This was a supreme waste of money. I am very disappointed and very unhappy with that. I think we need to concentrate on trying to get this bakery then. We are at 40,000. We're going to be getting some more. We've got one of our contracts has finished, so we will move that on. I might take my weeder and try that, but I am so unhappy with that. That irrigation functionality is awful. That does absolutely nothing at all. Yeah. Which, you know, okay. Reality, in reality, you wouldn't do this. You wouldn't fill up a sprayer with water and try and irrigate a field with it. So there is that, and I should have realized that, but the fact that you can just seems crazy. So let's return these bits. Not that one. Where are we? There we go. So return these two, return that, yes, okay, and return that, yes, okay. That as an experiment, a very expensive experiment. 610, 710 returned on that. Yeah, not happy at all. That was just crazy. And thank God for the rain, because if the rain hadn't come along, it would have looked really stupid. I'm hoping we'll check at the end of the day, see if that works. In the meantime, we've got no buffalo milk. We have 5,284 liters of milk. That seems low. So what's the state of our cows? Our cows are eating meadow at the moment. Yeah, we do need to feed the cows. So let's do that today and actually make ourselves useful. We'll put the front weight back on. And I'm going to try and put as much feed in for the cows today as I can. But really, really disappointed in that. That is... well, pointless doesn't even begin to describe it. Before we do that, though, I need to move the John Deere. This has done its first field absolutely fantastically. And we can't get it to navigate its way to field 18, so we'll have to drive it over there instead. So here we are at the back of this area here. Only way I know into this field. I don't know of a roadway down to it. The houses in there get in the way. Oh, there's a bridge. There's a bridge at the bottom end of this field. Right, let's set that off going here and see if this actually works, this contract. Because it is a weeding contract. That go through that hedge. Yes, it will. Perfect. Right. Let's see if it will actually do this and get it going. Or, as we've had in the past, where it just won't touch the weeds on a contract like this. It's not touching them and it's not doing them. So yeah, it's weird. This is a weeding contract and a hoe should work on it, but it doesn't. So let's stop that and we'll send it over to the other hoeing contract, and we can get a weeder in here in a bit. In fact, I wonder if our own hoe will work on it. We might give that a try. Meanwhile, let's take this down to here. And then the other contract for this to do is over this way somewhere. There it is, 54. So let's target that there. And away that goes. And then I'm going to collect on this because this is not the one that we've hired the equipment for. So that adds another 5,700. And that hopefully will give us another hoeing contract in a bit, but not quite yet. Right, let's get on with it. Yeah, we'll go test it with this. I want to see if field 18, whether it's just that it's a hoe that is a contract hoe that doesn't work, or whether we just need to stick the weeder on the back of this tractor and try it. Actually, I'm not gonna bother. I will test that another time. What we'll do is we will return this hoe. Let's I'll go back my way around my whole farmyard now. We'll return this hoe and we'll get the weeder and we'll send the New Holland to do it with the weeder. Because we don't need to be mucking around today. We've spent a lot of time mucking around today, and I'm not really looking to do that anymore. So let's return this hoe, which we don't have the garage screen, which is, yeah, it's so annoying. So that is the rotor care. Return that. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Right. Let's go send New Holland doing some weeding. I'm intrigued. Can I get this to go across that bridge? The bridge, I think, is about here-ish. Do you know what? I'm just going to send it to here. And then once it's got there, we can go and deal with that. We'll grab our feeder. Yeah, we're not generating any milk at the moment, which we kind of need to, because milk is something that we can keep going very easily, and that should have no issue from keeping going. And somehow I've messed it up to the point where we have no milk coming in at the moment, which is extremely annoying. Right, back this up, turn on our mixer, and we worked this out before. I think it was either 3 or 4 buckets, and then 2 hay bales and 1 straw bale. So we'll start with 3 buckets, 2,600. That would be 7,500, 8,000. Yeah, that would be about right. Three buckets would give us about 8,000 litres. We'll then get about 9,000 litres of hay. So that totals 8,000 plus 9,000. That's 17,000. That's then about 5,000 litres of straw, which would be about right. So, yeah, 3 buckets of this first. That's the 3rd bucket in. So we'll switch now over to the bale spike. If I can get all 3 bales in at once. That might not be wise. I think I probably want to mix in these the hay first. So that's hooked up there. Back it up, and then we will grab 3 bales out. So round bale hay, we want just 2. And I mustn't leave them stacked like this when bringing them back through here. They need to be on the bale spikes. So we'll put them down together. Otherwise, we end up just placing one of them back in. And I want to avoid that. So there we are. 2 bales. And this, yeah, this totals 9,000 litres. That then takes us up here to that, and then on top of that we want a single straw bale. So yeah, 5,000 litre straw bale. Just want one of those. Be very careful. If I unload 25 of those bales, I've got to push them all back into here. I think my day should start most days by doing this, really. Make sure we have fresh feed into the cows. If I did that, we'd be good. Now, I may have just messed up. Let's see. No, we are 99% full with that. And that is the perfect mix. So that's 3 buckets of 3 buckets of silage, 2 hay bales, 1 straw bale gives me an almost perfect mix for my cows. And yeah, I can just keep that running all the time, and we will make sure that the cows have plenty of feed to keep them going. That is looking brilliant. Right, that has not given them much though, so I think we can do that another 2 times. And then our cows will be fed for a good while. And then if I sort of just do that once a month at the very least on here, we should end up with the cows never running out and just a constant supply of milk. The John Deere has finished this contract. So I don't want to collect that because that's the one that has the tractor on it. We do have another hoeing contract, so we will accept that. Okay. And we will send this tractor up to the top there. So create job, field work, right up the top here. Start point is here. And away that goes. Meanwhile, our New Holland has arrived at the bridge. I actually judged that pretty perfect. So I can just drive this across here and set it going. Then that job, the weeding, that will get done as well and bring us in a bit more cash. Final load or final bucket for my second lot of feed for the cows. Yeah, this is mixed very nicely. So I did the bales first this time with just 2 buckets in of silage. We have a good mix. So yeah, this is definitely a very good ratio for us on here. Keeps it nice and easy and nice and clear. If I try to put more straw in than I am now, I think it will become harder. So let's bring this round and in and empty it out. Perfect. Look at that. It's just, we are going to have plenty of feed for the cows for a while, and that should be good. That's quite a big pile up at the end there, and it just sort of only seems to pile up in the middle. How are the cows looking? Yeah, 1 more load here, and that will keep them going for a good long time. We've finished another contract, and something's come up in the shop. The game keeps tempting me. So the contract that's finished is the hoeing contract at the top. So we'll collect on that. We'll then see there are no more hoeing contracts, so I'm going to leave it a minute. Meanwhile, in the shop, we've got a Fendt 700 Vario for 127,000. This actually pretty decent tractor. It's the Black Beauty version for no extra cost and the design line. And it's, yeah. This would be a nice addition if we were looking to replace the S series. We could possibly get more money for the S series than we'd spend on this, but then we'd have repair costs and things as well. So it's not really worth it for that. And then we've got a 7R coming in at 305,000 for with 305 horsepower for 149,000. Again, really nice tractor at that price. I'm holding back because the S series has a lot of horsepower, and as you can see there, we can't really get a better deal for the amount of horsepower we have on that tractor. Even if we're not using it, somebody pointed out no farmer is going to turn down the extra horsepower for the same price. So yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. Right, this I think should be 1 more load into here. Hang on. No, we've got 700 and, you know what, I tipped some on the floor and I think it's gone underneath. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to add a little bit more to this. We should have about 500 more litres in here than we do. So let's do that. And just put a little bit more in to top it up. And that should cover us. Right. So this into here, just to get rid of that. And then let's get the bales in. And that will finish off the cows for today. Just the straw bale left to top this off. In that goes. Looks like we've got a decent mix. So I'm going to go and put this away. And then we'll get it emptied out. Yep, we got 2,200 litres of TMR. I think there's a little bit of extra straw in there, but we've got a little bit of headroom, so I think we'll be all right. So let's tip this out. It's not overly moving, so yeah, I think we're all right. So this will keep our cows fed for a good while. And keep them all nice and happy. I think we need to replenish the straw in a bit. But for now, I think we're all good with them. And yeah, the time is coming up to 6 o'clock. Our weeding contract is still going. I am going to complete the hoeing contract that's outstanding though, so we'll collect on that, and the John Deere gets returned. Yeah, we'll leave that going. That's only a third of the way through that contract. So yeah, New Holland should get that finished off. Only 1,705 contract income there. That is that feeding wagon away. Right. And yeah, we can go and put this tractor away as well. I just want to, before we finish, go and check what this afternoon's worth of rain, the effect that has had on our crops. I'm hoping our moisture content has nicely gone up, seeing as it appears we cannot irrigate these crops ourselves. We've got to rely on the rainfall, a bit like real farmers do. And moisture content is much better. Oh, it's still really low. We could really do with some rain over the next few days. Are we going to get it though? No, not until harvest hits are we going to get any significant rain. This does not bode well for our crops, but we'll see how it goes. And yeah, I think we might end up heading to harvest with nothing to do on the farm for the last couple of months. We have moved forward to July. Our crops are ready to harvest, but oh my lord, I think the realistic weather mod might be busted. We have 0.074 moisture in this. We are well below the ideal moisture, and we are, well, our withering chance is high at the moment. Current yield is 97.5, so it's not horrible. But we have this. We have so many patches in our field, and I can show you here on the PDA. Look at this. These two fields are decimated, or this field here is decimated. 32, which still has a month's growth to go. That is the sorghum. That is absolutely decimated, and we've got lots of bits out of the oats as well. So yeah, it just seems really weird about how it does. I know it does areas, but you can see here where we've just got fields where we've got areas that are completely untouched, and then areas that are just massively damaged. And I'm not sure this mod is currently working as intended. It seems very harsh. And as we discovered last time, you can't really irrigate these fields. There's no real way to do it. And so you're massively at the mercy of the elements. But these are well beyond the kind of level of moisture that the mod should let them get to. So I have a feeling that I'm going to have to not move forward with the realistic weather mod, which is a pity because there are some very nice features to it. But it just doesn't seem to work properly. Right, we are going to be doing some harvest today. We've got a brief shower on the way, which actually might help us get closer to ideal moisture in our crops, which is a little bit weird, but that is kind of the way it's going to go. So the first thing I'm going to do is pull out the header. We will get harvested today the oats and the wheat, and just get those into our windmill for processing. We want to create a load more flour. We still need to get a load more money. In fact, I'm very tempted to borrow the money to get ourselves the bakery in the next couple of days. We want to be producing stuff from the bakery, and I'm going to do a massive sell-off of everything we've produced on the farm in the final video. So that's where we're headed with all of that. There we go. It's only one thing of grape juice. We've got a few bits of cheese and butter. Just want to check what the feed level is like on our cows. Meadow is at 1,500 liters. Food is at 48,000. So yeah, we're good. we're absolutely fine. Right, let's back the combine off then and unfold it. I'm then just gonna back the header trailer back into the shed. We don't actually go very far with the header trailer. It sits in this shed most of the time. And yeah, we can then go get the trailer on the T7 here and be ready to cart. I don't think we're going to be carting much today though. I think the yield off of these fields here is going to be pretty appalling. One thing I do need to do before we get the combine going is we will just pop down the bottom, get the fuel tank refueled or refilled, get the combine refueled, because otherwise we are going to get halfway through it and discover that we can't do anything. Here comes the rain. It's going to be a short period of rain, thankfully. Shouldn't last too long. Turn this off and refuel it if I can. Don't think I'm in quite the right position here. Let's back it up. Might need to get a little bit closer, right about here-ish maybe. Let's try that. There we go. And refuel the combine. It shouldn't take too long for this rain to pass. And actually, I'm going to take the opportunity to get our N-Series Valtra out and refill the straw in the cow stables while it's tipping down with some rain. That will give us an opportunity to sort them out. We have got part of a bale left in here, so we'll bring that under and hopefully get it working. Turn it on. No, it's a bit weird. It should just blast these into here. Tip side straw blower. Oh, maybe there's nothing in this bale. That is incredibly possible. Bale has 0 liters of straw. Yeah, that is essentially an empty bale. I'm not sure. Do you know what? I really think that this realistic weather mod is not working right. That bale has been undercover in here and is down to 0. Anything I don't have in my storage shed apparently hits 0. That is not good. And yeah, we won't be using that mod going forwards, unfortunately. It's such a nice idea to it, but it just doesn't seem to work properly. Unfortunately, it's yeah, it's got a massive issue. So instead, we'll get that disabled when we go to Oakbridge. That way we'll be doing okay. We want to get this the other side of here though, so that we can load it up fairly easily and get some straw into the cows. You can see already the straw level on these bales is dropping fast in this rain. That is, yeah, that is ridiculous. Oh, I so wanted this to be a good mod. So love the idea of it, and it doesn't work as it should. It's way too harsh with pretty much everything. I think if it was a lot more subtle, then it would be a much better mod than it is. Right, we have only 4,991 litres in here. It is dropping due to the rain. We are going to bring it round here, though, and turn this on. Empty all these out. And yes, I've got the bale that has 0 in it here. That way, that should clear it out of here without too much hassle. We'll see if it actually works or whether we just have to dump it somewhere else. But it's a bale that's very annoying. There we go. And then second one, and I don't think the third is actually going to go in that case because it's not automatically got rid of it. Yep, it's still there and it thinks there's 0. That's not good. And I think it's not going to take all of this second bale of this second lot. Yeah, in fact, it hasn't. So we'll go and put this back into the storage. I've learnt my lesson there. If I don't stick the bale back in the storage, it ends up completely disappearing or completely being emptied. And I'll go and put the Ravage back, and hopefully the rain here is going to clear in the not too distant future. Just gone 11 o'clock and the rain is beginning to clear. The moisture level in the crop has increased, but it's still way below 1%, still way below its perfect level. I'm hoping that I might be able to get the harvester harvesting this without having too much issue. Even with the rain apparently still falling a bit, it's gonna make no difference whatsoever. And this is where I think the mod has issues, because this moisture level that it's showing deep in the red, we've had rain. We should have too much moisture in the crop now. Yeah, and the withering chance is 31%. I need to get this harvested and done now. Our crops have been completely decimated by this mod, and it's unfortunate because as I said before, I love the idea of this mod. It is a fantastic idea to have moisture and stuff like that in it, but it goes to a level that's unfortunately just too far. So let's start up combine. Harvesting when it rains reduces yield, although I think it stopped. Let's give it another go. It is still, yeah, it still thinks it's raining. And finally the rain has finished. Right, let's get ourselves the steering assist on. Do we have straw swath turned on? We want to enable that, so that's enabled. Right, let's get into this field and start cutting some crop. I have no idea. Oh wow, that is not going up very fast and is going up really patchy. Kinda like the field, actually. I don't think this is gonna do well at all. This looks really bad. Oh wow, we've only got 20% of a tank at this point in the field. Is just very, very poor. I think there's some room here to look for something else. I think a moisture. I've talked about a moisture mechanic in Farm Sim before, and wanting to see some sort of moisture mechanic. This, unfortunately, I don't think is it. I think this is way too harsh. This is well beyond what I would expect. It's not like we've had an exceptionally dry year, or we've had an exceptionally blizzardy year or anything on the farm here. It's been a very sort of regular year with an even amount of weather, and I think if you have a year like that, you shouldn't end up with fields like this. The moisture level on here where we are is unrealistic. You wouldn't get down to that kind of level of moisture, so yeah, you'd have dead crops at that point. So I think something has gone wrong in the calculations to make it turn out as bad as this, or at least I hope something has gone wrong in the calculations, because otherwise this seems to be working as it's intended to, which makes the mod almost unusable. Or to put it another way, this is how I would expect my fields to look if the drought condition came up at the top. If we'd had that, if this had told me that over the summer or over, you know, that we'd hit a drought, absolutely fine. I could handle that. That would make sense. to have gone all the way around that headland and have only 38% of the tank full just seems ridiculous. Down to the back end of the field, and finally we've hit half a tank full. I think we might, if we're lucky, hit 80% full by the end of this second headland. I'm thinking it might be closer to 70% though. We'll see how it pans out. Coming up to the end of the headland, and yeah, this is weird. We are at 75% full. I would have expected to have had a full tank off here, but just the pure destruction that you can see in this crop shows what has happened. We just don't have the crop here. There's going to be enough to make a decent amount of flour, but it is a field that has been utterly decimated by the weather, and I was very much hoping that we might get this and the oats done today, but I don't know if the weather has scuppered that as well. We might be all right. We're making good progress on this field. It's only been an hour and a half, and we have managed to get a good chunk of this field cut already. We're not into the main part of it. We've still got sort of this fiddly bit here to clear, but once we cleared this, I think we're going to be okay. Of great interest to us is that there is a great demand at the dairy. If this is a great demand for milk, that would be fantastic. Milk does not seem to be it. Let's have a quick look. We're looking for a blue arrow, and it's for buffalo milk, of which we have absolutely none. So, yep, that is of no use to us whatsoever either. Combine is almost full. I think we'll come back down this next row and empty, although we're at 97%. That is a huge amount of this field I've harvested before I've got anywhere near a full combine. That is slightly worrying. I really don't know how much I'm going to get off here. We might get 16,000 liters of wheat if we're lucky, but at the moment this is, oh wow, this is looking to fall far short of where I would like it to be. So let's bring the tractor and trailer under and get this emptied. There we go. That is under there and emptying. And yeah, that's just 8,000 liters off what must be half this field. That is... I keep using the word disappointing, but that's exactly what it is. That is only going to make us, through the production here with wheat flour, there's the wheat flour, 5 times wheat to 4 flour. So yeah, that is, my maths is failing me. That's about 7,000 liters of flour, just over, I think 7,200 liters of flour, basically. That is yeah, not as much as I would like to have seen from this field. We're up to 31%, having got most of the way into the cut-in and reaching the longest part of the field. I'm not even sure we're going to have 2 full tanks off this. This is a disaster, an absolute disaster. We needed so much more from this field than we're getting. I wonder if I could go and I might go and have a look at the mod and see if, like with the real-time mod, or the in-game time usage mod, I wonder if I can tweak it so that it's not quite so harsh, because it is really weird that it is this harsh. For the last section of this field, we've got 8 rows, so I'm going to do a cut in here on the 4th row, and we'll do this. We've just hit 50% full. We got just about 50% full actually off that last cut in, so it's possible that we might get a full tank off here, but this is also part of the field that's been hit pretty hard by this loss of crop due to the moisture levels. We've actually managed to hit 80% with this. That is better than I expected. We may end up actually emptying before we hit the end of the last row, so that's very good news. We've got 3 rows left, so we're going to end in the middle of the field. We're doing good numbers. We're going to get, I think we're going to get that, we're going to get the full tank that we want to get on here, and should be able to do that. I think as well, I'm going to borrow the money and we're going to get the bakery, because if we can do that, then we will be nicely set up. Should we get through the end of this harvest or not, which we should do. I can't see us not getting through, but I'd like to start getting our flour into the bakery, start making some bread and getting ourselves into the right position. We're about 160 litres short of a full tank coming to this end of the field, but I'm going to empty here, and then we'll go and position the tractor and trailer at the end of the last row so that we can basically just drive up and empty, and we're going to have more than 2 tanks, which is good. I was really worried. I definitely thought for a moment there we weren't going to get at least 16,000 litres off this field. We have got that, so we are going to hit the 16,000 litres, but we're not going to be much beyond it. So there's currently 15,832 litres in our tractor and trailer. We will end up with, wow, probably maximum of another 1,000 litres. It's not even going to be that much, maybe 800 litres on top of that. So about 16,800-ish litres. No, I don't even think it's going to be that. Let's just finish this off, and just 10 more litres, and there we go. That is it done. Let's see how much we've actually got in the trailer. 16,478 litres. So just under 500 litres of a full tank. That is very concerning. And I'm hoping that when we attack the oats tomorrow, we haven't lost any more crop from them, because that is going to be really bad if we have. I'm also hoping there's enough width down this road down the side here for me to get down there and get the combine set up. But I'll get everything set up. We'll get everything in position, and I think, yeah, next time we are going to look and see if we can get the bakery and get ourselves set up ready to make the flour to make the bread we need from the flour, and finish things off. And we're cracking on with the harvest today. We are into the oats. I have got myself on a GPS course. I think I've decided that rather than go and borrow a load of money and get the flour mill up and get the bakery up and working that way, what we're going to do is we're going to rent it. I'm going to start creating bread through the rental of the bakery. We had set up that all up. We've got everything planned previously for that, and we've not actually bought any any existing pieces of production in the map. We've always placed our own up to this point, and so yeah, I think getting the bakery leased and doing it that way is the best way to go. So my plan is we're gonna get this field cut and collected in. The yield is as awful as I had expected it was going to be, thanks to really how badly the weather mod has worked. As I said, when we switch over to Oakbridge tomorrow, in fact, before the last episode of this series, we are not going to be using the realistic weather mod. It is, at the moment, it's a really nice idea, but it is way too penalizing with no upside to it. I mean, there is no, if you hit the perfect moisture level, there is no upside to it. It really does end up just causing more problems than it's worth, that mod, as much as I love the idea of it. So I'm not going to be using that going forward. I would love to, but there really isn't any point to it. So we are going to get as many oats off here as we can. We're going to turn all of our wheat and our oats to flour, and then we'll get that into the bakery. We've got some flour already, so plan is today to get that in and processing in the bakery, so that when we hit our last episode in a couple of days time, we should have all of the productions made that we aim to do on this series. Coming up to the end of first headland, and we are 23% full. We don't even have a quarter of a tank on this. That is insane. That is absolutely crazy. I expected a much better result from the first headland, especially as there weren't really any dead patches. We only had a couple. The rest of this field, it does not bode well for, because we've got a lot more dead patches on this. One mistake I did make before we started, I did not refuel the combine, so I do need to get that done as well. We will get that done, I think, once we finish this headland. See if we can get some more fuel in it. It is beeping at me, so we do need to do that. And with any luck, we will, we'll be fine for the rest of the day once we've got that done. And coming up to the end of the the second headland, we are 45% full. So let's see if we can cut in. I think we'll be able to get the cut-ins done. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This row here, and when we get to a full tank, we'll get the combine refueled, and we can continue on. Our first cut actually has divided this field into sort of 2 sections. So I'm gonna clear out this little bit here. That will get us back up to the top end of the field, and then we can cut in again. And I'm just keeping a very close eye on that fuel gauge at the moment, which has now started flashing red. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to go and grab the fuel trailer at the end of this row, get this refilled, which is a little bit annoying, but my own fault for driving past the fuel tank and not refilling it at the end of yesterday. So we've thankfully got a fuel tank of diesel in this. So we should be able to get this done. We want to bring it on this side of trailer. Open that up. Yeah, having this Thunder Creek equipment fuel trailer, very useful. And now that will fill up nicely. There we go. I think our combine is full of fuel. Let's see, fuel, diesel, 500 liters. Yes, so we'll turn that off, and we'll get this back to the farmyard. Can I turn around in this space? Yeah, there's enough turning circle on our little truck here. Fantastic. right, with that done, we'll get this returned and then head back into the field to get some more oats cut. We have just gone over 60% on this little section here. I think we're not going to hit 2 full tanks off this field. And this field is roughly the same size as the combined 103 and 37. But it's just not going to pan out. That is not good at all to be this short of our expected yields on here. It's going to cause so much trouble. We have finally hit 80% on here, and wow, we have cut so much of this field before we've hit this point. We are most of the way through this cut-in. This will be 2/3 of the way through by the end of this row, and that is crazy to be at this point. I don't think we're even going to have a full tank at the end of this cut-in, which is a little bit mad. That is a long way down on where we should be with this. I kind of want to stop and check what our yield is and what the moisture level is, because I think the moisture level is pretty awful. And I know what people are gonna say in regards to that is, why don't you just turn that mod off now? I would, except we've only got a couple of episodes to go, so it's not really worth it. But yeah, look at that. 0.087 is the moisture on this, and it's supposed to be between 12 and 18%. The moisture should never read that low. Should never read that low. For it to be doing that just says to me that the mod is broken. Whatever happens at the end of this row, we are going to have to empty the combine. We are only 95% full though. That is depressingly bad. Oh wow. We've done over half this field and we haven't got a full tank on this combine. That is a little bit nuts. So let's empty this out here, and then we'll get things finished off. But yeah, this is not going well. This is going even worse than the wheat. Coming to the end of another cut-in. We're about 3/4 of the way through it, and yeah, this is a little bit crazy. We're only 22% full. I know that oats do yield a little bit lower than wheat, but this is insane. I would have expected to get at least a couple of tanks off here, fill the trailer up a bit, but this is going to be, I don't think we're even going to get a tank and a half off here. Remember that we were 5% short on the first tank, so whatever we got here, minus 5% off that, in order to give a full tank's worth. And yeah, that means we've only got 20% of a tank off of this current cut, and that is nuts. A tank and a quarter overall is what we're looking at, I think. And it looks like we're actually going to end up with a tank and a third. 2,993 puts us just under a tank and a third. Yeah, that's another litre. So not, well, no, that is still awful, but slightly better than I was estimating a minute ago. We'll get this emptied out. All of this straw on here, we need to get that all baled up at some point. Whether we'll get that done before the end of the series, I don't know. I don't know if straw actually diminishes when it rains. I mean, that's it. We know that the bales do. I don't know if the straw actually would, but we'll turn that off. So what is our final total? We have under half a trailer of oats off that field. That is nuts. That is absolutely crazy. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, there is nothing that we can really do about that. We'll get this tipped and get our windmill working on them. We'll then produce more flour, and I think while we're up here, what we'll do is we'll go and get the rental started on the bakery, and then we can start making some bread. So while that's tipping, we'll just pop into here, get the oats going. We've got both, we've got oats in here, and we should have wheat as well. So that's going to be 26,000 litres of wheat and oat. Let's create some oat flour, and let's create some wheat flour. Perfect. And with that running and our trailer empty, we'll head over here, and we've got the lease mod on here. So we're not going to buy this, we're going to lease it. Yes. There we go. We're leasing the bakery. So it's going to cost us 410 a day, but we can make bread from the flour we've got. So let's go get our telehandler, and we can start loading that into here, and then we'll be producing bread. And that's the final ingredient we want. We've got bread, we've got cheese, we've got butter, we've got grape juice, and yeah, and I think that's it. We've got cheese, we've got butter, we've got grape juice. Yeah, that's what we're after. We just need the bread. It's not going to take us very long to get that sorghum harvested tomorrow, so we'll be able to finish that off. We should be able to finish a few other bits and pieces off. We've got quite a bit of flour in here, so we'll get this picked up. We haven't got very far to transfer it, which is good news. We should end up, I think, we might not actually oh no, we are outputting more flour. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some stacks, and we'll get them over to our leased bakery, and hopefully we can produce some bread fairly quickly. I think we're going to produce quite a bit of bread, which is great news. This is not the easiest place to load up our flour with. It's quite a slope up here. I mean, it's a nice flat area at the top, but when you're trying to load up multiple pallets like this, it's not the easiest. But there we are. 4 nicely stacked pallets, and if I'm careful, we'll be able to make it round to the bakery without incident. Oh yeah, that is not the easiest thing to do, and we've got to watch out for bumps when we transition and bumps in car parks and things. But up and round, and we should be able to get some flour into bakery and start producing some bread. So this over here, top ones go in, bottom ones also in, and then in here we can start producing some flour, some bread, which is fantastic. 90 flour to 45 bread. We've got 4,000 litres of flour and 2 litres of bread. Hopefully by next month we will have some flour or some bread produced. Final 2 pallets of flour for now, and then we can get these yeah, we'll get these in here producing a whole load of bread, which will be absolutely fantastic. So yeah, that has always been my aim for the series, is to create those things, to create grape juice because we can't create wine, to create cheese and butter and bread, so that basically we can create some really stereotypically French stuff, which has worked out pretty well on here. I'm very, very pleased with how all of this has gone, and we should have a nice example of all of the products that we have been preparing last time. or for our last episode. This has gone okay today. We've not got a huge amount of grain this year. That mod has really decimated us, but we have got enough. We have flour into our bakery. We've got some grapes. We've got some butter. I think we've got some cheese, although I've not seen any pallets of it yet. And we will gather all of that together next time when we also polish off the sorghum and probably feed that directly to the chickens. We've got just this field full of sorghum to go. I think if we have a look, yeah, we've got this field of sorghum to go. There is one more harvest of the vines we could do, but we actually don't need them. We're going to clear this out, and then we're going to start looking at how we've done on this. I'm quite pleased with our progress. We've had a pretty good run on here. We've had a little bit of a problem thanks to the realistic weather mod, which I did notice today, as it's Monday when I'm recording this. This has got updated today and looks like it might be a little less harsh. We're going to look and see whether we're going to use it on Oakbridge. I'm going to do a little bit of testing before we get that series out. But my hope is that it's not going to cause as many issues as it has with this final harvest that we've had this year here on Pallegney. I mean, this field here is massively cut into well, massively destroyed. I mean, we're going to get about a 50% yield off this, I think. So I'm not too worried about this. In fact, I'm probably going to use the sorghum here for chicken feed. We've got all the flour we've got. We've started producing the bread. We're going to get all of our pallets together and have a look at just how well we've done over the last year or so with producing. I think we're producing everything that we aimed to produce, which is fantastic news. So I'm very happy. We've got at least one pallet of everything. We're going to try and gather it all up. But it's yeah, it's done really, really well on here, despite the challenges. I have loved doing this map. This map is absolutely gorgeous, and I think it's one of those maps where late in FS25 we might revisit it as a possible realism experiment or something like that, because it is that kind of level of fun and beauty to it. So I think there is a possible second playthrough open. Wow, look at the dead crop in here. Yeah, it's a really nice map, and I think I'd like to have a crack at it for a second time. We are not doing well on this headland. Look at that, 13%, and we're 3/4 of the way around it. That is not good. My mic might have just changed because I realized that it was in the wrong position, so now hopefully you've got a much better sound to it. But yeah, 15%. So this is gonna be lucky, I think, if we get an entire combine tank full off here. Coming up to the end of the second headland, and right now we have just a third of a tank on this combine. That is insane. I don't know exactly what we're going to do about this. Well, not much. We honestly we are going to have a nice amount here to feed the chickens with. Chickens actually do better off sorghum because it's worth more money. We've got whole patches here. Just look at that going into the header of the combine. There are just whole patches here where there is no crop at all. It's absolutely crazy, and yeah, it's not even going to be a full tank off here. There's no way we can fill this combine. Actually doesn't begin to describe this field. We have just hit 50%. That is after 4 rows of cutting, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's 4 rows cutting, because this will be number 5, and then we've got 1 more return row. And the headlands. So it's not like that's just the amount off the cutting. That is the headlands as well. That is crazy. It really is all going to fit in this one combine. I kind of wondered if we were going to get even to 80% on this field. We have just 2 rows left to do, and we are at 70%. So I'm very much thinking this field is not even going to hit that amount. Now, this is only an 8,000 litre tank on this Evian, so that means we're not even going to hit. We're not even going to hit 8,000 litres. At this rate, I'm not even sure we're going to hit 6,000 litres. We are 300 litres shy, less than 300 litres shy, 250 litres shy. But there's 1 patchy road to go with a small patch at the top of the field that you might have just seen there. And I'm not sure that there is 250 litres in this. If there is, it is going to be only just over that. Oh, before we have to go back and get that, let's just reverse this up, get the little patch there that got missed. Right, and then we'll go back in. Oh, trying to make sure we get every single bit of sorghum off this field, because there's just so little of it that every single plant counts. And yeah, here we go. We are at 5,900 litres, so we should hit the 6,000 litre mark. Although again, that is not going up that fast, but it is going up fast enough to hit that. And there we go. Yeah, 6,000 litres. So we have got 3/4 of a tank, but it's not going to be much more than that. We are not going to hit the point where the beacons turn on and we tell our tractor and trailer we're ready to empty, because we're not going to get to that point. It is just 76% full, not even 6,100 litres off here. So auger out and down. Yeah, I think that is gonna do it. Last little bit and we're done. Let's just check the fields. There's a couple of really small bits over there. Can't see them, so they're so small they're gonna be a couple of litres at most. 6,100 litres is really not a big yield off here. It should have been twice that. We should have got 12,000 litres off this field. That mod really has wrecked our output from here. Thankfully, we didn't have a monetary and we didn't have a target along those lines. We just needed to produce 4 different things to complete our target on this series. We needed to create some grape juice, we needed to create some butter, we needed to create some cheese, and we needed to create some bread. And in a bit we're going to go and collect those 4 things together, because I think we have actually managed that target. I think we've managed to get all of those things made. If we look up here, we do have the grape juice there. In the shed ahead of us over there, those are 2 pallets of butter. I believe there's at least 1 pallet of cheese waiting to come out of there, so we'll get those out in a bit. And I believe there's a pallet of bread waiting for us over at our leased mill. Not our leased mill, our leased bakery. The mill, of course, we purchased. Getting this trailer in here is not easy. Oh, it seems to be round. Yeah, there we go. Looks like it's not close enough though. And back into here. There we go. So not going to take a huge amount of sorghum for the chickens. Yeah, just a little bit. Caught the trailer on the roof. And yeah, let's reverse into here, I think. See if we can get the trailer out. I don't think we can. We're going to have to go through the cow field in order to get out. There's a gate at the far end as well. And I think we've got some calves in here. If I can see correctly. Yeah, we do. We have some calves in here. That's fantastic. We'll close that up. And yeah, look. Calves jumping around the field happily. So our cows, their number are growing. The herd is increasing, which is fantastic news. And now we need to go and tip this into our store, because this will do as chicken feed for the rest of the year. And yeah, we still have one other job to do today, and that is we've got to bale up all the straw. And I want to check what the status of the straw on the wheat field is, because that got hit by a load of rain, and I think that might have withered a bit as well. I don't know how much net wrap I've got left in this. I think we've got some in storage if we do run out. But yeah, I'm not sure how much we got. Yeah, less than a single roll. But look at this. This looks like it has diminished. It's looking really, really flat. I think this gets affected by the rain as well, in the same way as used to happen in the old seasons mod. In fact, yeah, look at that. It's going up at a reasonable pace, but not massively fast. That does seem, no, in fact, yeah, that is slow. That is really slow. Along here, I would expect a much quicker amount of, or a much quicker bale to be formed. I think this has been diminished by the rain. I think it's not just the bales that rot. I think that the field itself, straw heaps, rot as well. And does that mean anything that's not in a bale store like we've got also rots? Because we had a couple of bits undercover, and I'm guessing that because that bit didn't fully have a snow mask, that it's causing us a load of problems. Here we go, first bale out, and we are halfway round the field. That's not good. However, after one round of the headlands, we've got 2 bales. Oh wow, this is going to be so low. So I got 4 bales off the headlands. We are nearly at the end of the small field, so field 103. We've almost got all of that baled up. We are only at 60% going across this field. And the field only got worse as we went across it. So this is not going to produce very much straw at all. Yeah. We got so many bales off our fields last year, and this year is just pitifully bad. It's a slightly disappointing end as far as our crops go, but like all farming, it was out of our hands. We were completely at the mercy of the weather, even if it was a little bit harsher than it should have been. And with this, it looks like, yeah, we're gonna get a 5th bale out of here. I think we will top out at somewhere around 8 bales in total on this field. It is not gonna be much more than that. Well, it seems there's a little bit more straw at this end of the field than I was expecting. That is our 8th bale off here, which is pretty amazing, actually. I'm slightly surprised we got that many. We might even get as far as 10 off here now. If we get up to 12, that would be great. It would still only be 4 trips off the field with the telehandler to get it, and not really worth getting all of this up onto or loading all these bales onto a flatbed. But it would still be a reasonable amount of bales for this field. Final row, and we are up to 11 bales on here. I don't think we're going to get a 12th out of this. There doesn't seem to be enough of the straw left. Nope, that's got it. There's a couple of little patches around the field, but it's not really that good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, not bad at all. We do have 1 more field to bale, but it's getting late in the day and I don't think we'll be able to get a second one. What I am going to do is head down here, and you might have heard this tractor beeping. We're just going to come and park this over here and get it refueled before we finish off. Plenty of diesel. Perfect. Meanwhile, I'm going to move my combine out the way because that is all done, and we can bring that. Actually, we'll bring that into the yard so that we can give it a good wash before it gets put away for the year. And that will park up rather nicely over here, ready to get washed. And then I just want to bring into the yard, let's collect up all the bits that we've spent the last 2 years on here producing. We have spent exactly 2 years on this map, which seems to be about the right amount of time. Glad that pole is so sturdy. So first things first, I am going to bring out the butter from in here. So we'll have to make these very thin. And in fact, if we come in here, we should be able to stack both of these. So down and in, and get under that. And then we can put that on top. So we've managed to make 2 pallets of butter, which is great. We've still got plenty of milk in the dairy, so there's plenty more of that to come. Plus, we have plenty of milk with our cows, so that's all good. So our first ingredient, or our first thing for our cafe, is absolutely perfect. Putting it in the shade here, we don't want it to melt. Looks like we've got some more stuff come out, and it looks like more butter and our first cheese. So we've made a huge amount of butter. The butter seems to make really quickly on here. Don't know if we've got more pallets of cheese to come out, but I'm intrigued to see what we've managed to produce on this farm. We have got a couple of pallets of eggs as well. They're not in our target, but it is still, oh my lord, more butter. But it is still a thing that we've been trying to produce on here. That is a lot of butter. We'll take both of those. So that's 4 pallets of butter off here. That is fantastic. Does look like it's just the 1 pallet of cheese then. And we'll grab that as well. Still absolutely fantastic to have produced some cheese. Doesn't look like we've managed to actually produce any of the milk, unfortunately. Bottled milk was a late addition to my output, but yeah, we've definitely got the cheese here as well. Then once we've got that dropped off, we can open those up again, and we'll go and get the grape juice, which is just here, out of our little grape juicing facility, which is cool. That has worked really well. That was a great little purchase. Has done us proud on here. We didn't need anything bigger than that to do the grape juice. That was everything we needed right there. So that is our little pallet of grape juice. And then finally heading over to our bakery. Oh, we'll have to cross these. We have some pallets of bread. We've got some French bread. We got some rolls. We've got everything in here, and it's utterly fantastic. So pleased that we've got a few thousand liters of bread. Yeah, 3,000 liters of bread in total, which is perfect, and we're still producing it as well. So everything is producing nicely. It's costing us 410 per day to lease this factory, and in all honesty, we are currently producing more more money's worth than that every day in bread. So that is awesome. We'll be able to afford this, I think, in no time, and that would just finish things off. As it stands, this is pretty excellent. So there we have it. 3 pallets of bread, 1 pallet of grape juice, one pallet of cheese, and 4 pallets of butter. Absolutely fantastic. Let's just straighten this all out and pile it up. And then we can take stock, and I'm happy. This is what I wanted to do. This is where I wanted to be by the end of the series. Yes, our last year has been a little bit of a bumpy road, but we've done it. There is our produce over the last 2 years. 3,000 liters of bread, 1,000 liters of grape juice, 1,000 liters of cheese, and 4,000 liters of butter. That, I think, by our measure we set out on this series, is a success, and that is where we're going to leave it. So with that, I hope you've enjoyed this series. Let me know what were your favorite bit down in the comments below. We're off to Oakbridge Farm next, as we take the money that we earned from Hooten Pantai, roll it in with a £1 million loan, and see if we can buy a big enough farm to pay all of that off within the 2-year time period that we normally do one of these series for. So I hope you join me for that one. For now, we're all done here on the farm, and I will see you on the next one. Thank you for watching. I hope that you've enjoyed this video. Please give it a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Huge thank you as well to all of my patrons and channel members. These videos are only made possible thanks to your support. If you want more from Virtual Farmer, please check out the videos on screen now, or subscribe for more. And I will see you next time.